Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on an Overreaction Monday. It's Chip and Zay right here on the Midday, holding it down on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That's how we grow. And please give your love, give your business to these incredible sponsors around our faces so that we can continue to broadcast to you each and every weekday. And if you're listening to us on the app, which everyone should have downloaded, just go to the App Store, download Texas Sports Unfiltered so that you have it. You just touch a button on your phone, and there we are talking to you. Don't get psyched out. It's on an app. It's not in my car. No, it's better. It's on an app so you can hear it all the time. Not when you're driving through some part of the neighborhood that the signal bottoms out. Zay. Oh, and if you're listening on the app, play along on the Circuit of the Americas Coda text line at 512-222-9328. Zay, how you doing, my man?
Not too shabby on this Monday afternoon. Feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Well, I am back from Vegas. It was a whirlwind. You know, it's been
yeah, it's Vegas. That's what it's supposed to be. If it's not a whirlwind, did you really do Vegas?
Right.
You know?
Right. And Texas had the night game on Friday at Las Vegas ballpark. That went deep into the night. Saturday, the game was at 4. That was nice. And then on yesterday, the game was at 11 Pacific time, 1 o'clock Central time. And that was cool. Although the winds were crazy, 26-mile-an-hour winds blowing out. I couldn't believe Texas won the game 15-6 after trailing 6-1 in the 4th inning. And Texas did not hit a single home run with the wind blowing out 26 miles an hour. But that wind was messing up dudes trying to catch balls. Really, it was messing up Illinois. Their outfielders would come up, and then all of a sudden, further back, over my head. I'm giving up extra bases. But yeah, I was impressed, Zay. I'll say this. I know we've got a ton to get into today, a ton.
Let's start with baseball. I watch the games.
We got the NFL Combine, the women's basketball coin flip, the men's basketball unraveling, softball. We got all kinds of stuff to get into. But baseball, so Friday they get up 9-1. And you're like, okay, this is looking like a run rule. And then the next thing you know, they're scratching out a 10-9 victory. And that's, the conditions, the balls, it's lighter air, the wind blows out. Washington got back in the game. There were some struggles, obviously, in the relief pitching, not from Jared Spencer, who is lights out. Like, that dude is a Friday night SEC starter, book it, power pitcher, really consistent. Yes, he has hair like Bert Auburn, but I got a chance to really talk to him this weekend. What a super cool, good guy. And just a good teammate guy. I think has a really bright future. Luke Harrison against Texas Tech was solid. He's crafty. He doesn't overpower you. He doesn't have stuff that the major leagues are going to go, wow. He's just a grinder. He locates well. He's got good stuff. His sinker's good. It's good to have a good sinker pitcher because you're going to get ground balls, and guys love playing behind sinker pitchers because it's a lot of ground balls. And so think Luke Harrison is really locked in. I think the real interesting thing is going to be who's going to take over the Sunday starting because, it
My
wasn't
boy Bing.
Binger. The Binger gave up some pings off the bat.
Yeah.
Too many free passes. He had I think 3 hit batsmen yesterday. It was rough. So I think what we're looking at, what Jim Schlossnagle is looking at is, do I move Max Grubbs into a starting role or do I keep him right where he is? He's a great middle reliever. So if you find yourself in a jam like they found themselves in yesterday, he comes in and puts out the fire because the Binger basically gave up 5 runs in the 4th that allowed Illinois to go up 6-1. Grubbs comes in, they don't get another run. So he shut him down. And that's impressive. And then Grayson Saunier, the Ole Miss transfer, pitched the final inning. And Texas, like I said, wins that game 15-6. But the real question, I think, Zay, is does Schloss move freshman righty Jason Flores, who will pitch tomorrow against UT Corpus Christi? He was electric last week in beating Incarnate Word. Remember, you can roll your eyes at Incarnate Word, but they came into that game as the number 1 hitting team in college baseball. They were batting .393 as a team coming in, and Flores shut them out. Flores is nasty. Like, he's got electric stuff. He's got it all. He's got the fastball. He's got a cutter that moves like left and right, if you can believe that. He's got a good sinker, changeup. He's a freshman, though. And then Dylan Volantis, who's the lefty freshman, 6'6", 212. Dude came in, looked really good against Tech. He's looked really good every time he's pitched. He's got big league stuff, throws, 95. He's got a cutter and a sinker. But does Schloss want to put those freshmen right into the grease of the SEC? Or, does he look to one of his other veterans? Or does he take a Johnny Allstaff approach on Sundays? I think the future is Flores and Volantis. So I'm excited anytime they take the mound. And Max Grubbs deserves all kinds of love for, he was their Friday starter last year. Now he's their top, middle reliever. Like, he's the fireman. And then they got different guys who can close, Andre Duplantier, Mercer, Thomas Burns. So Schloss is still putting it together. And then we haven't even seen like these talented freshmen like Bryce Navarre and Hudson Hamilton, who the other pitchers are talking about. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how Schloss plays it. But they've won 9 in a row. They beat up on Tech, their old buddies, and Schloss went back to Vegas where he started. He jokes that the conditions out there, the winds, the light air. He took that job at UNLV when he was 30 in 2002, and he left 2 years later feeling like he was 40. And I texted him yesterday before the game with these 26-mile-an-hour winds. I'm like, was it like this all the time when you were out here? And he's like, yes. Miserable. He said, that's why I aged 10 years in 2 years. So
that was crazy looking at Illinois' bullpen and dugout with all like the napkins or whatever those were flying all over the place. That was crazy.
There was a stack of napkins that got loose in the air, and the game was delayed like 30, 40 seconds because these napkins were flying all over the infield.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nutty, but man, when you talk about the hitting,
Yo.
Max Ballou, Ethan Mendoza.
I like Ethan Mendoza starting the game off. I know we saw Kimball Schuessler in there to start the season, but Ethan Mendoza, and he's playing solid second base too. I thought he had a really good overall weekend, but yeah, man, put him at that one spot. He's out here raking, going yard. Like, Ethan Mendoza had a very fine weekend. I know Jalen Flores got MVP of the Las Vegas tournament, which
actually Ballou.
It was Ballou?
Yeah. Well, Ballou was the player of the game. Did they do one for the tournament?
Yeah, they did one for the tournament. It was Jalen Flores.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to get out of there and get to the airport, so I didn't stick around for the post-game notes. But
Jalen Flores, 5 for 10 total, 2 homers, 4 RBIs, scored 6 runs himself. So and Jalen Flores, he's starting to get in that bag, especially that first night against Washington. Like
2 home runs.
That dude,
one game.
That power, different. How was that ballpark anyway? Where was it?
So it's out way. It's like a 20-minute drive from the Strip. So it's where the Aviators, the Oakland A's AAA team plays. So it's closer to the mountains. So like if you're on the Strip and you see the mountains, it's toward the mountains.
Okay.
The Las Vegas Golden Knights hockey practice arena is right next door to Las Vegas ballpark. And so it's kind of this little athletic complex, but they have a really cool hotel and casino called the Red Rock Hotel and Casino. It's where basically all the teams stayed and where I stayed. So like you're walking into the lobby and you might be, you see Tulo and Max Wiener, Will Gasparino, their families all hanging out. It was pretty cool. And then I ended up on the flight with the team after the game.
Oh, that's cool.
They were flying commercial. Apparently it was like one of only, like their last non-charter of the season or the only non-charter of the season.
Were they turned up? They should have been turned up. You go 3-0.
I know. They were pretty chill though.
Yeah, Schloss ain't having that BS. Like, you gotta carry yourself with a certain professionalism, especially when you're flying commercial like that. So, plus they play tomorrow. So it's quick turnaround.
We're learning about this team.
Them bats, man, they're dangerous. Like Rylan Galvan, he got going. Like Adrian Rodriguez still doing his thing as a freshman, which again, with freshmen, like we've been talking about, Chip, when will they hit that wall? It's still very early. Adrian Rodriguez, he played a little pinch hitter yesterday, but I'm sure Schloss wants to clean up some of his fielding work because he had a couple of errors that I saw. I don't know if it was against Tag, but he had a couple of errors this weekend playing that hot corner. And again, he's a freshman. He's going to learn. Everybody has errors. But yeah, these guys, they're just locked in. Like the Dartmouth series, you couldn't take much from that because it was 30 freaking degrees all weekend.
Right.
It was so damn cold. Like, of course, nobody's going to play good baseball. So if you're coming out of that series and you're looking at this baseball team like, all right, I thought the runs would, be more frequent, then take it to the weather. But when it was good weather, except for the miles per hour with the wind, but overall, them bats were hot, baby. Like these guys, like Max Ballou, even though he was the player of the game yesterday, compared to everybody else, it was just a decent outing, but everybody else was raking so much, like 35 runs in 3 days, man. Very impressive showing.
Yeah, Schloss said when they went down 6-1, he was like, I wasn't worried at all that we were going to start hitting. He said, my only concern was keeping Illinois from increasing their run count from 6, and they didn't. So, yeah, see, I like how people are paying attention. Roy said, Chip, thought you stayed at a hotel with a view of the Sphere. Yeah, so the first night I stayed, my adorable wife was out in Vegas for the International Builders Show, and that was her hotel room. So we stayed there actually Thursday and Friday, and then moved out to the Red Rock Hotel. Am I getting my days right? Now, one night, Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, you did the show Thursday. We missed you Friday. How was that, by the way? How was, because I didn't know you and your wife got married in Vegas.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So this is how cool my wife is. So we got engaged in Vegas, and then we had another trip. We had another trip planned to go. This is when Texas played Stanford in basketball out there, 2021. And in December. And so we decided, you know what? Let's just get married. So we ended up getting married in the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
So you take a helicopter from Vegas, you fly over the Hoover Dam. It's so beautiful. And then you land literally in the Grand Canyon. There are 8 spots where you can, it's an Indian reservation in this part of the Grand Canyon. And so they allow helicopters to fly in, and you have the person who's going to officiate your wedding and a photographer, and you, the couple, and the pilot. You fly in there. We had gorgeous weather. It was amazing. So yeah, we had an unbelievable experience getting married out there, and it's a spot, it's a spot for us that is really fun. So we ended up, going to the Vegas Golden Knights hockey game Friday night.
Okay.
Which was insane. The Knights scored 5 goals in the first period. And then the Chicago Blackhawks came all the way back. It was like 6-5. It was crazy. And of course, it's all Vegas-y. So, they have silly recreations of a knight jousting like on the ice and stuff. It's crazy, over the top. But it's Vegas. So it was fun.
That's how it should be, man.
Last time I was in Vegas was with you.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good
Stadium
time too.
swim. Circa.
Right. That's right. I didn't know you were such a romantic, man. Grand Canyon, getting married and stuff. Look at you.
I know.
Very impressed.
Well,
very impressed with that.
We weren't going to do a big wedding, that's for sure. I don't know how. I think my kids were like, wait, what? You got married? We weren't there. But we just decided, you know what? We'll do a party later. Let's do us. And the funniest part of it all was getting the marriage license, because the Las Vegas marriage license office is a sitcom. Like, it really, I'm going to do a sitcom pilot, because you get all the cuckoo birds in there.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's probably packed too, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we found out when the least busy time was, and that's when we went. But yeah, you don't know what you're going to bump into in that place.
Yeah, that's some freak shows and some crazy things going on in at Paradise, Nevada. But all right, so how are you on the tables, man?
I wasn't.
That's never a good start.
I know. I didn't go crazy, because I don't like gambling at night when it's all crowded and you're trying to find a seat so you can get your ass kicked by some red hot dealer, or some cooler dealer who's not giving you any cards and not busting. The only time I won money was yesterday morning at Red Rock by myself. Went up against a dealer, 2-deck blackjack, won about $250, but I was already in for 300. So
Yeah.
I ended up only losing 50.
Oh, that's solid. You take that. You take that. Could have been way worse.
All in all, but there were a ton of Texas people, even in the Vegas strip, before we went out to the Red Rock Hotel. So Texas fans showed up. A lot of Tech fans too. They were hungry for that win, and they got.
Man, that's a long way to travel to get your ass whooped, huh, Tech fans? They were talking crazy too. I saw that one player preseason. I don't know what his name was, but he was talking about, I want to victory skunk these guys, run rule they ass, talking all crazy and stuff. Like they just rent free. Like, and I know they're going to be salty too, because Aaliyah Chavez, after she won the state championship, where was she yesterday? At the Moon, watching Vic Schaefer and Texas women's basketball wrap up the SEC regular season championship. So, Tech fans, y'all always going to be chasing us, yo. That's just what it is. It's got to sting a little bit.
Well,
right, because she could have went back home. She could have went back home to celebrate with her team. We just won state. Could have went back home, celebrated with her team. She said, you know what? I'm going to stop by just to see what they're doing over there. And Vic Schaefer, he's been chasing her around Texas this whole playoff run that she's been on. So, and they beat Liberty Hill, that Monterey team. They beat Liberty Hill in the state championship. I didn't know Liberty Hill was that good. They got their butt stomped, but getting to the state championship means something. Them girls should be proud. But yeah, they ran to Aaliyah Chavez and them, and they lost by 30. Well, she's the number one player in the world for a reason.
Monterey had trouble with like Argyle, barely got by them. And even I think that was the quarters, the semis were tough too. So they get to the state championship game and it's a romp. Talk about coming through the tough end of the draw.
Going from Liberty Hill High School to the Alamo Dome, I bet you them girls were really wide-eyed, man. That's tough. Wow, Aaliyah Chavez, she's played all over the world, basically. So it ain't nothing for her. She played in the biggest AAU select games that you could find. Her Cy-Fair select team, they're always winning that Nike Peach Jam, Nike championships and stuff like that. Same team that our girl, darn it, can't think of her name right now. Texas women's basketball, Justice Carlton. Carlton and Aaliyah Chavez played together in summer ball, which should help a little bit when it comes to Aaliyah Chavez making her decision, someone that she's familiar with. But
well, since we're on the subject of women's basketball and Vic Schaefer, happy belated birthday to Vic Schaefer, who wins a share of the SEC regular season crown with South Carolina on his birthday. They roll Florida, and then they lose the coin toss. Greg Sankey flipping that coin. Did you see how he flipped it? He flipped it up in the air, and he didn't just let it hit the ground. He caught it, like could look at it, and then slapped it. South Carolina won.
Yeah, so, I mean, so you weren't here on Friday. I was telling Cole in the right call. I thought South Carolina should have been the number one seed to begin with. Like, yeah, I know Texas fans are probably going to be like, saying, what the hell are you talking about? But go look at both of those games. Texas beat South Carolina. South Carolina beat Texas. Both teams won at home. Texas got stomped against South Carolina and Columbia. Then you fast forward to the next game. Texas wins by 4. So I would do it by points if we have a head-to-head 2-gamer there. I get it. Texas is number 1 in the nation. South Carolina got embarrassed pretty bad by UConn a few weeks ago too, which is why they're sitting at number 6. So if you look at it that way, okay, maybe Texas should have been the number 1 seed since they're going to be a 2 seed in the SEC tournament, but number 1 seed overall in the polls. That's odd. But that matchup, South Carolina, they curb stomped UT. That was ugly. So I don't feel too bad Texas losing the coin flip. You definitely would rather have the 4 seed Kentucky on your side like South Carolina has other than the 3 seed LSU, because I think Texas matches up with Kentucky way better than they match up with LSU. But, Vic Schaefer, he probably ain't tripping about that thing. Well-deserved. Kyla Oldegger was a monster yesterday. And you remember, Chip, we talked about this team when they face against zone defenses. After the Notre Dame game, I think they really got exposed in that game for how bad just their zone offense was. It's improved dramatically since that time. Like Vic Schaefer, I think he understood, especially with the lack of threes that they make a game, we got to change some things up with our zone offense. We have to have more movement. We have to have, Madison Booker traveling anywhere she wants, but mostly along that baseline, to where once we get a strong side look where there's majority of the Texas players on one side, for a zone defense, you're going to have to travel because you're going to have to bring girls over from that other side to help, because there's going to be more offensive players than defensive players. That's going to leave someone open. So by doing that, it allows Kyla Oldegger to be one-on-one, at least when she catches it. And she's making moves so fast that the double team can't even come yet. Like, they're hitting her at the right time. Once she catches it, she's immediately into the move. That's what she has to continue to do. It's going to go back and forth. We've seen it all year long. Some games are going to be Kyla Oldegger going crazy. Some games are going to be Taylor Jones going crazy. It just depends on the matchup and whoever has the hot hand. But as far as the center duo, we've been talking about it all year long. They're the best center duo in the league. As good as Madison Booker is, I think you got to run the offense through them first and then allow Madison Booker to get going as the game flows. Because we saw against South Carolina the first time in Columbia, if Madison Booker, if she's forcing it, it could put Texas in a hole. Get an inside-out game. No one can stop Kyla Oldegger. It's very tough to stop Taylor Jones too. And if these teams are going to play zone, I like that strong side stuff they're doing by getting 3 or 4 players on one side of the ball. We throw it inside. Kyla Oldegger completely gets the ability to go to work. That's good stuff right there. And Florida had no answer for it.
Yeah, it was interesting. And obviously they pounded Florida, but the minutes looked more like I think they should. Booker 22 minutes. Yeah, Jack Menentanda getting 22 minutes. Shea Holly played 29. Rory played 27. But, Kyle Oldegger 22 minutes. Brianna Preston 22 minutes. Jordan Lee 26 minutes. And Preston and Lee didn't shoot it great, but I think you're going to need everybody because you said it, Zay. That draw is tougher, period. Texas is going to have Ole Miss, who they barely beat. They were down 7 against, and Taylor Jones played her ass off, and they won 66-60 or 61-58. And then we know LSU was up 12 on Texas in the third quarter, and it was the young guns who kind of sparked the comeback. And then, Maddie Booker and Rory Harmon kind of closed it out. But that's going to be a tough, even with Flau'jae Johnson out with shin inflammation, that's a tougher draw than what South Carolina has with OU and Kentucky. Like, Texas went to Kentucky and Texas went to OU and handled business. And Texas, that 61-58 game against Ole Miss was in Oxford, so that was a good win. But hey, he's got a team. He's got a team, and they're rolling. So, Zay, the NFL Combine, I thought, first of all, Isaiah Bond, come on, man. Under promise, over deliver.
Yeah.
Don't guarantee stuff.
I mean, you got to feel confident. You got to feel like every time I walk in the room, I'm the baddest MFer in this thing. I feel Isaiah Bond. Talk your stuff, bro. He just didn't back it up. He didn't back it up.
Right. It's one thing to talk stuff and sound confident, but don't be guaranteeing breaking the combine record 4.21, and then it makes it look like his 4.39 was garbage, and it was really good.
Yeah. That's fast. I mean, that's fast. Xavier Worthy's so petty too. He on Twitter, X, talking about, yo, there's fast, and then there's me. And then he tagged the guys, and he was like, yo, y'all got to respect the ones that came before you. Like Xavier Worthy, he heard those guys talking, Jaden Blue, Isaiah Bond, saying that they'd break his record. He was like, all right, go ahead and try it, fellas. You know, I love that friendly competition. You know, Xavier Worthy, he's just messing there. But I thought all the Texas players, they showed out. Like Gunnar Helm twisting his ankle. That hurt. That was tough to see because you were wondering why he was struggling a little bit. Just watching it, you're like, man, something's not right. Then come to find out, you know, hours later, his ankle was black and blue because he hurt it on the start of the 40. So that was unfortunate, but man, Matthew Golden, 4.29, I did not expect that. That dude, man,
Matthew Golden
keeps on impressing me.
He made the most money over the weekend because now he's for sure a first rounder, and we know that the money in the first round is different. It's totally different. It goes from, you know, 40 million at the top to, you know, 20 million in the middle to 12 million at the bottom. But then in the second round, it drops fast. And really, second, third, fourth round, you're signing 4-year deals at a little over 4 million. So you want to be in that first round, man. You want to be as high up in that first round as you can go. Yeah. And I think, you know, Kelvin Banks, he's going to be fine. So what? Will Campbell ran a sub-5. Will Campbell didn't have a good year. Like, everyone's going to be, oh, Will Campbell, he runs so fast. Will Campbell didn't have as good a year as Kelvin Banks. So I hope teams.
And like, what is this talk of Kelvin Banks moving the guard too? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I could see Cam Williams moving the guard.
Yeah.
But not Kelvin.
Not Kelvin Banks. Like, was Quinn really that slow in the pocket? Was he really that bad at times where you could get the film mixed up? That Kelvin Banks wasn't like doing this job because Quinn was A, holding the ball too freaking long, or 2, just wasn't good in maneuvering in the pocket. Like, is that where we are? Because I don't know. I watched every snap this year. I didn't see that.
Well, who said that? Because I was covering the baseball during the offensive lineman.
I don't know who said it specifically, but that was kind of the talks around the combine. And someone asked him a question about that, I want to say too, about him moving the guard. And like on the screen, when you were watching the guys, and they would have like their different statistics from the year, like it'll be Kelvin Banks and they would have his stats. It said started all of these games at tackle. Like it has specifically said at tackle. And you're like, yeah, no shit. Excuse my French, but it's just like, yeah, this guy's made to play tackle. Did we not see the size of him? Like, where did this come from? He was hurt. Like, he played hurt. I feel like they're looking at the college football playoff and just basing it off of that, where he clearly wasn't 100% because he was coming off of that ankle injury that he had against A&M. So if we're going to do that, then good grief, guys. Like, let's do a little bit more due diligence when it comes to a background check here. Because you can't base that off of what he did. Like, this guy was stopping Will Anderson his freshman year. Like, what are we talking about? Will Anderson, as high as he went in the draft when he did, Kelvin Banks had him in clamps. Multiple guys that made a lot of money in clamps and they're going to make a lot of money in this coming draft had them at clamps. Like, I just find it very odd. Mel Kiper Jr., his statements, how he likes Campbell better, how he said, Kelvin Banks didn't have that year. I just, nah.
Don't listen to Kiper. Daniel Jeremiah does a good job. I think Daniel Jeremiah is a guy that gets it. The other guys, I like Louis Riddick too.
Yeah.
Because he's done it. Daniel Jeremiah's done it. Mel Kiper's been in his mom's basement from the beginning. I mean, good for him. He got on TV first, and he's been there forever, kind of like Paul Feinbaum. But he doesn't grind like I said. I ask people in the NFL all the time, do you talk to Mel Kiper? They're like, we don't know who he talks to. So he doesn't talk to anyone in our building. Like my man Goose Goslin, who I worked with at the Dallas Morning News, Goose talked to every team. He'd been around forever. He covered the Chiefs when they had, Bill Cowher on staff with Marty Schottenheimer. Mike, that staff had all these coaches that went on and have spawned trees. Goose knew all those guys. So I don't know. I don't know who Kiper talks to.
Yeah. I mean, your boy Daniel Jeremiah, this was February 24th when he put out this article. He has Kelvin Banks at 24th pick. So, and
that was
talking about
before the combine?
That was before the combine.
Yeah. I don't know if they've put out, they probably haven't put out their most recent, but this next round of mock drafts is where it starts to get interesting. Yeah. Then it'll change as pro days happen, but there will be significant change after the combine. And I thought Quinn was really good. I thought he was good. Thought he was good in the interviews. Thought he was accurate. A lot more accurate than Will Howard. Now you're like, how did he beat you? You're muted. How did he beat you? He was throwing it all over the place.
All over the place. Yo, has he practiced since the national championship game? Has he been partying for the last month, bro? That's what it looked like. And I said it all year long. I was like, Will Howard don't scare me. He doesn't, but everyone around him does. All of them, Emeka Ibuka, you know what I'm saying? The big
Davion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, Quinshon Judkins, all those dudes, stars, man. Smith, absolute star. So sometimes you look.
I told you after the combine, his stock was going to start to rise because he's accurate. He's accurate.
You talking about Quinn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he looked good.
Yeah,
he looked good. And shout out to Sark, man. This man Sark. I'm gonna go to Indianapolis. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show my face to all these NFL cameras. So these guys in high school and these big names in the transfer portal, can see what we on. That's what I'm talking about. See, Sark, we on thinking on your toes, baby. Thinking on your toes. Just a quick flight to Indianapolis for the day, hanging out. Like, yo, y'all give me a mic.
That's probably why. No, I don't know. I was gonna say that's probably why the baseball team had to take coach. Hey,
no.
Sark needs the charter.
Oh man,
No, I'm kidding.
Is there only one for everyone?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm about to say that should be more.
No, there is one. They have like one. I don't want to say DC-9, but it's a DC-9 like. Every seat is a first class seat. It's sweet. But those are for the team. Sark, if Sark flew the little private jet that's like a 10-seater or whatever.
Yeah.
They have planes that Texas contracts for, just like all the state legislature contracts planes, they all contract from the same place, unless you got some big money donor who's like, hey, take my plane. That's fine. So, but yeah, no, I thought that was good. Sark's up there. He's got 14 players there. I thought he said some interesting things too. In fact, the thing that really got me going was, he's talking about Quinn, and then he gets asked about Arch, and the Sarkisian, talked about using Arch's athleticism. Let me get you the quote, because
pull it up.
We gotta keep tabs on this. He said, so he's talking about Arch. He said, we try to recruit every position at a high level, but as long as he can allow those guys to make their plays, his physical ability will show up. His leadership will show up. And then I think we'll be able to use his athleticism. Arch is definitely a really big athletic guy, and that's a different dynamic than we've had over the past couple of years. Okay. So, you know what that means, Sark? You got to get out of your comfort zone and drop some plays that feature the quarterback's legs. I mean, you want to be smart about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I say he should go back and watch that 1 year when he was with Jalen Hurts and do some of those things that you were doing with Hurts at Alabama. Like, Hurts was really young when he was starting, when Sark was there calling the plays, and Hurts was really good in a very tough conference. So we expect a trajectory when it comes to Arch Manning. As good as Jalen Hurts is, which, me, I became a Jalen Hurts guy in a few months. He's won me over. But I expect it to be better than what Jalen Hurts is overall. Now, Jalen Hurts also around a very good team, especially now in the NFL, was a lot of Alabama. So Arch having more in his bag than Hurts, but also having that athleticism like Hurts, hell yeah. Let's get some of that in there. Like, you're right. He has to be careful, has to be cautious. Arch has to be careful and cautious too. That's why you call the unks and the family like, yo, slide all the time. Protect yourself. Get your ass out of bounds. All that cool lowering your shoulders stuff, no, it's not really cool. It's badass for maybe one play. End of the game stuff, we need it. We need to ice the game. We need a big touchdown, so we have to get in the end zone, but you could play up to 17 games this upcoming year. You're going to want 16 taking the snaps for all of them. So being very strategic with his running ability, Sark and Arch have to be on all P's and Q's when calling plays, and then for Arch executing those plays, but also being able to get back in the huddle and not have to go to the training room or blue tent.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I thought Sark was he was good. And he said, look, all this adversity, this is the other thing that stood out to me. So he and Daniel Jeremiah are talking about, Sark's like, all this adversity is going to help Quinn at the next level. The injuries, dealing with Arch Manning as his backup, it's going to help him. And Daniel Jeremiah said, yeah, I think Bo Nix is an example of that. Guy had a lot of adversity. Was at Auburn, transferred to Oregon. And look, Bo Nix had a good rookie year with the Denver Broncos. And then Sark proceeds to talk about how he evaluated Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels,
Caleb Williams, right?
Caleb Williams, and Quinn Ewers. Now, Caleb was always going to USC because of Lincoln. But here's what he said about Jaden Daniels. So he says, I evaluated all those guys because remember. Yeah, so it was Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Quinn Ewers. And he said, I evaluated all those guys because remember, we were in the market for a transfer quarterback at that time. So Quinn was a transfer, Bo Nix was a transfer, Jaden Daniels was a transfer, Caleb Williams was a transfer, all the same year. So we evaluated all those guys. And I think Jaden would sit here and tell you that year he had at Arizona State was not a great year for him. And then he goes to LSU and lights it up, and he's a Heisman winner. Now he's doing what he's doing as a rookie with the Commanders. So that was Sark's way of telling you, I didn't think Jaden Daniels quite had it.
Don't like that. Don't like hearing that. I'm not going to front. And I hear where he's coming from. People miss all the time. But if I was Sark, I would have kept that to myself. That's just me. I would, and I know he's trying to big up Quinn by saying that, but all that tells me is you missed out on Jaden Daniels because you didn't see what we see now. Rookie of the year, Heisman Trophy winner,
and a guy who ran for 1,500 yards. So,
yeah,
please tell me.
That's what it's hard for him to get out of. Sark sees those dudes that run, and he's like, saw Arizona State tape and was like, I don't know if that would fit with my philosophy in offense. Quinn Ewers fit more for Sark. So can't bring back the past, but yeah, if I was Sark, I would have just kept that. I would have kept that deep inside that comment.
So Jaden Daniels, here are his numbers from his junior year, 2021, when Sark was in the market. Jaden Daniels completed 65% of his passes, 10 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. That's not good. And then let me see what his rushing total was. Okay. 2021, he ran for 710 yards, 5.1 a carry, 6 touchdowns. I get it. I get it. 10 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions for a pro-style passing offense. Sark probably was like, But then he goes to LSU, and it was off the Chisane. He had, I say that, in 2022, 17 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and then 2023, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And that's with Brian Kelly, who every coach on Brian Kelly's staff hates Brian Kelly.
Come on, that's not fair to say.
Oh, that's what you do that all the time. You throw those big, broad strokes out there.
I mean, Bo Davis dipped, which Bo Davis, you weren't here when that came out. I know we're getting a little off topic here. Bo Davis, you know you wrong for leaving. I'm my alma mater. I want to coach my son. Does his son have any eligibility left?
His son is at like Southern Miss or something.
Good grief, man.
What team is Bo Davis going to?
I think he's in New Orleans too.
The Saints with Terry Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
My God, they're putting the band back together. They're putting the Longhorns defensive staff back together in the NFL.
I guess, man.
But yeah.
Oh, Bo Suge Knight Davis.
I told you Bo Davis was not happy down there. He didn't get his son. They promised him his son. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He didn't get it. Oh yeah, no, he wanted to come back.
Too late, Bo. Sorry. Kenny Baker doing his thing right now. Gotta let Kenny roll.
You missed out on your statue at Texas. Can you imagine what that statue would have been? Him dog cussing everyone on that bus. You think this is funny?
Yeah, he was tearing up in that rant that he went on. Like you could hear it, that passion. That's what we'll miss, but
yeah. What is this now? Chazane.
Chazane. Whiter than snow.
What does that mean?
I like it. I like Hair of the Dog. I like it. I like it when he goes that route. It's funny. We need more of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, I'm here for unintentional comedy as well as intentional comedy. I used to be hip and cool, and now I'm not.
You still
but that's okay.
You still
got a little something every once in a while.
Leaves.
You know, you just trot it out every once in a while.
Yeah. Speaking of hip and cool and still has it, but he's stepping away from the analyst broadcasting booth. Jimmy Johnson, 30 years with Fox, calling it quits.
He doesn't like flying across the country.
For what?
He goes from Miami to LA.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought he was based in LA.
And he's 81.
Damn.
Like,
yeah, that's a lot for Jimmy.
His 81 to Jerry Jones's 81.
That's a difference. That's a difference. Yeah, Jimmy looks like he got about 10 years in him still.
Jimmy Johnson still has every hair on his head that he was born with.
He does something with that.
That dude is blessed.
I think he's blessed, but I also think with technology and
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's just one of those dudes. He's got that helmet. He's got that hair helmet. Meanwhile, Jera's over there just nipping and tucking and doing everything he can to play catch up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so.
Everybody wants. I think everybody wants to get to RT and
why, guys? Why will y'all make me do this? Like, I was having so much fun.
Well, do we have anything left from the combine? My man Makuba, he did not measure. I was hoping he would come in at 6 feet, 2 bills.
They got him 5'11", 186, bro. You lost weight.
I know.
Come on, fam. 3 a.m. Set that alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Wake up. PB&J right by the bed. Right by the bed. Knock that out. Go right back to sleep. Maybe eat some ice cream in there. Bluebell, you're from the ATX. I know you like Bluebell, bruh. Like, come on, Andrew Makuba.
They measured him at 5'11", 186 with 9-inch hands. That's like the bare minimum. 30-inch arms, not great. Wait till you see when they measure Cade Phillips' arm length. I think he's going to be at 34, 35. He ran 4.45 in the 40, which is great. That's fine. That's good. And now it's like I texted you. I said, now he's a 3rd-round steal. Because Emin Wari from South Carolina set the combine on fire.
That dude, man.
We knew he could run sub 4.4, and he did. And he's 6'3", 227.
What, he run like 4.38?
And they're gonna let's see who has the better pro career. And I get it. Makuba's undersized. It's a lot of punishment, but
yeah, the way he plays, can he last? That's the scariest thing about Andrew Makuba. Like, yo, you should have been just eating and chilling. Some days, I get it, you got to work out every day, but also some days you just got to eat. You got to hit Golden Corral up, buffet lines. Just the worst you can put in your body just for a couple of weeks. I'm not saying do it for the rest of your career, but yeah, man, we can get you at least a $196. Now, you know who did lose weight and looks good? CB's telling us right here, Cam Williams.
Yeah.
Cam Williams coming in 317.
Is he doing Ozempic?
Come on, man. Let's give him some more credit than that. Like, he's staying away from the PB&J. You know, all greens, smoothies, acai bowls.
I'll tell you what.
In the morning, Cam
Williams was listed at 360.
Yeah.
Last spring. Then he got down to 335. That's what they listed him at all season long, 335. And he weighed in at 317.
I'll take that, Cam.
I kind of want him to
see. You were right, because you said that he didn't want to play school no more. Big reason why he didn't come back for the 2025 season as a Texas Longhorn. That school make you stress eat. That school, you got a test coming up. You just eating because because eating the
work. You're going to 7-Eleven and just getting pints of Ben and Jerry's is what you're saying.
Yeah, man. You got to stay up for the test. You got to stay up and study, get hungry and stuff. I get it. I see it.
I almost think 317 is
a little light.
It's a little light.
Nah.
But, you know, he wanted to run. What did he run? He still didn't.
I didn't know he ran.
Did he run? I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of this I was covering the baseball, but let me see what text. Okay, we have something here. Horns 24/7. My man Hank South.
Hank's been on it.
Hank's all over it. He did a thing on how all the Texas guys. Okay.
Yeah, run.
Why did he lose all that weight?
To look good, to show him that you ain't got to worry about me later on. Like, oh, this guy's lost 50 pounds? Okay, he's serious about this. His footwork at times, a little suspect. Ask Jack Sawyer. I mean, he was hurt, so I'm going to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here, but you got to get them feet a little quicker, Cam. You know what I'm saying? Got to get them feet a little quicker. So 317, still recovering from an injury. I'll take that for Cam Williams. I'm proud of Cam Williams, man. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Like, you're showing these NFL teams that you'll do whatever it takes to be a pro and get that second contract when it comes up. You got to do things like this to show that you're serious about it. And losing all that weight, showing that he's serious about it.
What'd you think about all the guys from Texas not doing stuff like the bench press? Like Banks did the vertical and the broad jump, didn't do the bench press. Gunnar Helm didn't do the bench press. Yeah, Isaiah Bond didn't. Matthew Golden didn't. So they'll do that at Pro Day. That's fine.
Yeah, maybe just they want Pro Day to be a movie. You know, I don't know. There's really nothing that I could think of why they wouldn't.
Connor didn't. Like, those big guys usually like to get on the bench. Jake Majors didn't. Alfred Collins. I thought Alfred Collins looked good.
He did look good. Yeah, he did look good. I think he solidified his spot in the second round for sure. Like,
and I like
Jolly Barron was solid too. I thought Jolly Barron ran a really good 40. Like, and of course, when it comes to the interviews and taking questions and answering them the right way, you know Jolly Barron's gonna be 101 when it comes to that. So his knowledge for the game, I think that surprised a lot of these NFL guys too, especially since he's one of the more versatile players in this draft with his ability to play that star nickel spot and outside corner.
And where's Barry Big Daddy Sorrell? Because Baron Sorrell did everything. He did it all. He ran. He did vertical. He did broad jump. He did the 3-cone. He did the bench press. Here's what NFL.com said about Baron Sorrell. Sorrell's measurables and speed won't be eye-catching, but he's very consistent and plays with good technique. He can play up or down, but might be targeted as a 3-4 outside backer due to a lack of length. He plays with adequate power at the point of attack. He can work around blocks and into the backfield. Sorrell's rush lacks speed and power, but he wins with his hands and has an above-average feel for creating entry points with positioning and body turn. I think Baron Sorrell is going to be a 10-year pro. He's going to make some, Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson was not a first-round pick. Guess what Brian Robinson did? Played 10 years in the NFL.
Yeah.
Got
for one team, which is nuts.
Got 3 contracts. Brian Robinson doesn't have to work a day in his life. That's why he's living down there in Splendora doing fishing and hunting. And is one of the coolest dudes out there. We need to get
B-Rob back on. Yeah.
Yeah, B-Rob. He's so much fun. Oh man. But that's how I see Baron Sorrell. Solid. He was jerking people around at the Senior Bowl. He was making some dudes look silly. He's just tough. Yeah, he's a dog. What you laughing at?
I'm not laughing at nothing. I'm not laughing at nothing. I'm just having a good time. Can the brother have a good time? Coach Pro 20.
We got to keep you having a good time. We got to put off this.
Yeah, it's got to get real dark in a moment. So
gonna get real dark. Yeah, man.
I've been dreading this.
Let me think. What else?
Texas softball.
Oh, Neil Brown. So Sark.
Neil.
So Sark, and I like Neil Brown. I think Neil Brown is a good football coach. He just got let go at West Virginia for Rich Rodriguez, which is the dumbest decision I've ever seen from an athletic director. And apparently this guy, what's his name? Ren Baker, the athletic director at West Virginia. He must have gotten some booster must have gotten to him and promised all kinds of money or something, because hiring Rich Rodriguez, and he was like the guy 25 years ago. And I've heard good things about Ren Baker, the athletic director at West Virginia. But what was that? I see West Virginia falling off the face of college football. But Neil Brown, that dude can coach. And just like Paul Christ and Gary Patterson, Neil Brown wants to come down, see what's going on, see how the recruiting is done, get behind the scenes, offer up whatever he can offer up, and glean, get him some recruiting perspective. And then since West Virginia is paying for it, Sark doesn't have to pay him but $100,000 or something.
Oh, he'll take that $100,000 ATX after the contract that he had up in West Virginia. Oh yeah, No pressure because you're just the analyst. You come around, you laughing, making jokes. Yeah, that's a good gig. It's a good gig. So
yeah, we got to wait and see when that portal window opens in April if old Jaheim White's coming down here.
Come on over, Jaheim. You wanted to come play for Chad Scott anyway. That's why you stayed in Nowheresville, West Virginia. Nobody wants to go there.
There's your Jaden Blue replacement right there.
Right there. Bang. Like
Oh, real quick.
Go ahead.
We'll come back to Neil Brown. But what'd you think of Jaden Blue at the combine? I meant to ask you that. He ran what, 4.38?
Yeah. Solid. I wish he wasn't talking crazy about, him and Isaiah Bond trying to break Xavier Worthy's record. But I guess what else those guys gonna say? Like, no, I ain't really that fast, bro. X beat me by a mile. No, think you're the biggest, baddest guy in the room. Jaden Blue is gonna be more of a wide receiver out of the backfield for me. I think that's just kind of what these NFL teams see him as. The fumbles don't help much, but I thought his combine was solid overall.
You see his hand size?
What is it?
8 1/4.
That's why he was fumbling the whole time. He got baby fingers, toddler hands. Oh, man. Damn. He's not the biggest dude either. How tall is he?
They measured him. Jaden Blue at 5'9", 196.
Yeah.
Texas had him listed as 6 feet.
Y'all tripping.
6 feet. What are we doing?
Why do they lie like that?
Why do they lie?
We're gonna get exposed, man. That's like fat dudes. Like, I've been lying about my weight for years. Whatever someone says, if a fat dude says his weight, add that by 30. That's the real weight. And they're like, Jose, man, what you coming in? I'm about 225 right now.
Okay, I'll give Texas credit. Quinn Ewers. So let's do this. We'll do the comparison game. So Quinn Ewers was listed at Texas at 6'2", 210, and he measured at 6'2", 214. All right.
His body looked good. That's one of the first things I noticed when I saw him in interviews and stuff. I was like, okay, Quinn might be back on that Chick-fil-A a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We'll take that because
Quinn's hands measured at 9 3/8.
Not bad.
Jaden Blue, we talked about 5'9", 196. Texas had him listed at 6 feet, 200. Matthew Golden, who was listed at Texas at 6 feet, 195, measured at 5'11", 191. Pretty close. Isaiah Bond was listed at 5'11", 180. He came in at 5'11", 180.
All right.
Gunnar Helm was listed at 6'5", 250. He came in at 6'5", 241. Okay.
Watch a little LB.
9 7/8 hands. It's good. Anything over 9.5 is. Kelvin Banks was listed at 6'4", 320. He measured at 6'5", 315. 10 3/8 inch hands. Kelvin Banks is going to be just fine. Hayden Connor, Texas listed him at 6'5", 320. He measured at 6'6", 314. You go, Hayden. Cam Williams listed at 6'5", 335, measured at 6'6", 317. 11 3/8 inches hands.
Damn.
He's got oven mitts.
Damn. Just picture Cam Williams slapping the hell out of you.
Ooh.
You ain't getting up from that. That's why he came out. Like, that's exactly why he entered the draft. Like, his body compared to other guys, different.
11 3/8 inches hands.
Pause.
That is from here to here. 11, almost a foot. Jake Majors, he was listed at Texas, 6'3", 315. He came in at 6'3", 306. Okay. Alfred Collins was listed at 6'5", 320. He came in at 6'6", 332. I'm telling you, this dude is Chris Jones. I don't know if he's going to play like Chris Jones, but he's built like him. Vernon Broughton was listed at 6'4", 305. He came in at 6'5", 311. Let's go.
Nice.
Baron Sorrell was listed at 6'4", 260. Came in at 6'3", 256. Andrew Makuba, we mentioned, he was listed at 6 feet, 190. Came in at 5'11", 186. Johnny Barron was listed at 6 feet. No, he wasn't. He was listed at 5'11", 200, and he came in at 5'11", 194.
Okay.
9.5-inch hands. Okay. So, there we go. All right. I've stalled.
Yeah. Get to the mention so I could get myself together before we
All right, get yourself together.
Yeah, Jesus.
Let's get a couple mentions in here, kids. Like when you're ready to get the big screen of your dreams, say it with me. AV
Hi, this is
consultation.
Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audio Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Hi,
That's
this is Tom-
right. Make love to whoever the hell you want. Hey, to my my snorers out there, you need to go into the Sleep Cycle Center and get checked out, because we need to know if you're just snoring or if you have sleep apnea. And there's a big difference. Sleep apnea means you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. And some people can't breathe and they wake themselves up from not getting enough oxygen. And Reggie White, the Pro Bowl defensive end, died of sleep apnea. So get into the Sleep Cycle Center. It has the top technology, advanced care screening, home testing, evaluation of airways. Take it from me. I've had a sleep study. I have sleep apnea, and this is how you go about getting the treatment. And their focus is to educate you on what's going on with your body, provide all the possible treatment options to your issue. So it's not like they're just going to slap a CPAP mask on you. They're going to talk to you about all the different treatment options that you have. And you mentioned that you heard about the Sleep Cycle Center from Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they're going to give you $100 off on your sleep study or your weight loss program. So listen, they're the experts. You don't need to be sleeping in a separate bedroom anymore or waking up feeling tired every day. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. You're going to get $100 off. They got 2 locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com. Don't forget to mention you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And look, if you're looking to renovate a bathroom, maybe your kitchen, add some outdoor space, Man, McCall Custom Homes. Love talking about Mike McCall, McCall Custom Homes, because they get the details. They've been doing custom homes in Austin for 40 plus years, family owned, and they're going to, you get in touch with them. You go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com, have them come in and tell them what you're thinking about doing. They're going to give you their vision, and they're not going to hammer you on the price. They're going to give you custom work, which, is very valuable. They're adding value to your home, but they're going to tell you what you need and what you don't need. You can check out their work at McCall Custom Homes on social media, and go to that website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can email Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com and let him come out and share your vision with him. He's going to share his vision with you, and boom, you're going to have a room that you are going to love. And that's the way it should be. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Hey, it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at cover 3 on Anderson Lane up in Round Rock, or cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Get in there, get you a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, or the brick chicken and mac and cheese, or the Chop House burger. Oh my God, the Chop House burger is so good. How about the buffalo chicken sliders? The ruby trout? Yeah. All night happy hour tonight? Yeah. The $7 social hour menu? You can eat like a king or queen on that $7 social hour menu. Get into cover 3. And of course, if you're looking for some great seafood, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking also has all night happy hour tonight. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. So the food's fantastic. Best selection of raw oysters. You're going to get $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Yeah. Did I mention they have the best selection of raw oysters and always have great raw oyster specials? All night happy hour tonight at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. All right, Zay, let's get the chip shot, and then I'll just let you. We'll go back and forth. Or do you have a different right call?
No, not really.
Okay, then let me get the chip shot out of the way, and we will pounce. I mean, we will discuss our buddy Rodney Terry. Because I spent all weekend with the Texas baseball team, I'll give you a quick synopsis of what I like about this baseball team and why I think they have a chance to make things interesting. I think they have a team that can go to an NCAA regional, and once you get in the tournament, watch out. But I think they have a legit Friday night guy in Jared Spencer. That dude's stuff is electric. He's touching 97 with his fastball. He's going to be a big league guy. And I love Luke Harrison because he's just tough as nails and competes. His stuff isn't amazing, but you know what? Crafty lefties. What was Greg Maddux? Crafty lefty. If you can perfect what you do, I'm not saying he's Greg Maddux, kids. I'm not saying that. Luke Harrison is a solid college pitcher, but he's probably going to have some tough days. SEC lineup, see him for the second time, the third time. That's why you got to have a great middle reliever. Schloss told me the average starting pitcher length in the SEC is 4 1/3 innings. That's it. So once lineups see you for the second time, the third time, they're starting to hit you. So keep that in mind. going 6 innings, going 7 innings. That's not the norm. So keep that in mind. But I like those two guys. And then I'm really, really intrigued to see how he's going to manage that third starting position, because I think you got two budding superstars. I mean, superstars in Jason Flores and Dylan Volantis. Those dudes are power pitchers, but they've got movement. They've got cutters that move. And like, I was talking to, I saw, Keith Moreland in Vegas, and I said, whose stuff really impresses you? And he goes, Jason Flores. He's like, it's nasty. Like, it moves side to side. He's like, for a freshman, like he's been trained up well. He's been coached well, and you can tell he loves the game. So I'm very intrigued by that. But I think this team likes each other. I think Max Ballou is like the greatest. He was the conference player of the year last year. Like, this dude eats, drinks, and sleeps baseball. He is a dirtbag, which I love about him. And you know what? He holds everyone else accountable. They all take his lead, and his lead is, so what? Forget it. So what next pitch? That's the saying. So what next pitch? And he's the king of it. So I think you got a great set of veterans on this team who were holdovers from David Pierce, like Luke Harrison, like Jalen Flores, Max Ballou. And I think that they've got an Andre Duplantier, who's one of the guys who can close games. Schloss hates talking about one guy as a closer. He's like, you got to have multiple guys who can close a game. He's like, Max Grubbs has closed a game for us so far. So has, Dre Duplantier, Thomas Burns, Will Mercer. It's good to have options, because you're going to have off days. And we saw a couple of off days in Vegas. They had to get guys in and get them out. And that's how it goes. But Schloss knows what he's doing. So does Max Wiener. Having Troy Tulowitzki in there helping the hitters. This team's just going to get better and better and better at the plate. And their defense, yeah, they got new guys at third base. Third base, it's the hardest position to play in college, because the ball takes crazy, comes off the bat crazy. Sometimes it's a line shot. Sometimes it's like curving, and it's harder than young guys have ever seen before. Adrian Rodriguez, he's doing just fine at third. Casey Borba. A couple of, there've been a couple of errors, but they've overcome it. So love the outfield. Oh, man.
Yo.
Will Gasparino? You kidding me?
That diving catch that he had, which that was a catch, was it not? They didn't call it a catch. What did I miss?
Yeah, they reviewed it. They said that they saw it trapped, but man, everybody in the stadium thought it was good.
On TV, it was good. Like,
yeah, that was
guys
weird.
in the booth were scratching their heads like, okay. Yeah. But yeah.
Remember Gasparino had that catch up against the wall against Incarnate Word last Tuesday. And it's really tricky at the dish because there's no dirt for the warning track. So you can tell in most ballparks, once you go from grass to the dirt, okay, I'm at the wall.
Yeah. You
can't tell. And so you have to kind of look and, play the ball. So
why is that? Why is there no warning tracks at the dish? Whose idea was that?
It happened under the Patterson era.
But we can't put that in, like CDC, that's not a thing on the to-do list to help, or is it just, I'm confused.
It's not like carpeting in your house.
Okay.
You can't just go out there with a cutter and
I mean,
put some dirt back there.
come on, we in 2025.
I guess you could, but
By the way,
Yeah.
I think you got Greg Maddux mixed up with Tom Glavine. Or maybe you didn't, because you said lefty Greg Maddux. He's definitely a righty.
oh, I meant crafty. You know what I mean? Like
Just
Maddox never.
crappy in general, not
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I don't. Guys hate it when you say they're softball pitchers. Soft tossing pitchers. So I use the word crafty.
Okay.
And they know how to mix speeds. They know how to, they have good movement, but they're not gonna they throw a fastball and it's batting practice. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think, Luke Harrison has more, but he's going to beat you with his off-speed stuff, his craftiness. That's really what I was getting
Gotcha.
at. Probably a poor analogy, but
No. We understood. We understood. But yeah, man, like Tommy Farmer's underrated too. Tommy Farmer, the fourth. Got to put the pinky up. The fourth. Underrated.
The fourth.
He's underrated. Let's not sleep on him. We talk about that outfield. I think Farmer, we haven't even seen his best baseball yet.
Well, his time is coming.
Yeah.
Because you're not moving Ballou out of there. You're not moving Gasparino. Gasparino's a sophomore. Now, left field is, they've been rotating guys through there. Easton, Winfield, and Tommy Farmer, the fourth. So, Farmer, look, he's got wheels. He's got some wheels. And let me see what he's batting right now. Oh, come on. He's batting 286. So you'll take that. He's a sophomore. Yeah, man, they got dudes and they like each other. And Cole Chamberlain, he's a guy that Schloss has said he is, he's the future. Because you've got Galvan, who's a junior, a draft eligible junior, and Schussler, who can catch. Obviously, he's a grad student, so he's done after this year. And then it'll be Cole Chamberlain, and he's, they're mixing him in. He started at catcher yesterday, and so they need Chamberlain to come along this year. And, Adrian Rodriguez is
a star in the making.
Already happening.
Yeah.
So,
he took one to the opposite field. What was that? Is that the Tech game?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, man. Freshmen aren't supposed to have that kind of power. Like, he's batting lefty. He takes to the opposite side of the field. Like, it's nothing. Like his confidence through the roof.
You were doing a good job of
man. Come on, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm impressed.
I appreciate you picking me up.
It was on D1baseball.com. Like,
oh yeah, I got a bootleg guy. I got
see, that's my guy.
Yeah, a couple of people, man. Some networking. I just know a guy in the business, you know what I'm saying? Can't give it out, though. It's like Netflix. Y'all don't give me cans, something like that. I'll never get it back. But, yeah. I was locked in all weekend to Texas baseball, especially they were putting up numbers. 35 runs, 3 games.
Max Ballou had 3 doubles yesterday. That's seeing the baseball, baby.
Yeah.
All right.
Before we get to Texas basketball on the right call, let me give a shout out to our terrific sponsors like Covert Beat Cave. Get out of those buckets, y'all. Get out of those cars. Check engine light always coming on. You're putting more money into getting it repaired than the car's worth. Get rid of that. Go to Covert Bee Cave. Get a newer pre-owned vehicle from the guys that do it the best. The guys that have been doing it for over 100 years in the business. The 42 acres located in the beautiful hill country. Check them out like my wife and I checked them out and got our Buick Encore that we absolutely love. We're going to Houston in a couple of weeks. Definitely going to be taking the Buick Encore with us. And they got more than just Buick. They got GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. If you want to go see all terrific brands and the cars that they have, go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Our guy Daniel hooked us up. Marcus, Jerome, just everybody's terrific. They don't pressure you. They don't make you feel antsy. No cheesy used car salesman things out there. Like, it's a very comfortable setup, very comfortable buy. You get in, you get out, and on the road. So check them out at Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And if you're looking for a full-service wholesale and retail plant, nursery, and landscape supplier, go to Leaf Landscape Supply up north off Pond Springs and down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks. Both locations are absolutely terrific. Large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job. Trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, and rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. The decoration around the crib, it might not be up to par. Your wife might not feel comfortable of bringing in people for a gathering, get together, or party. Change that by going to Leaf Landscape Supply and hooking your place up. Check their website out at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in and you let them know, Texas Sports Unfiltered told me about it, Zay Collier put me on, you get 10% off. Can't beat that at all. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. Oh, man. All right. Well, I was dreading this conversation. I knew we would have to have it just because that's a part of the gig. That's a part of the business. Appreciate everybody on the YouTube text line, the color of the text line that's made their comments about this sad, depressing, brutal Texas men's basketball team and what we have to watch twice a week. But y'all care just like I do. Rodney Terry, point blank period, has lost this team. Completely lost it. If you go back and look at the start of the SEC, you probably had the toughest start, toughest 5 games out of anyone in the conference, and everybody's had their moments in this conference of a tougher schedule. Look what Alabama has to go through in their remaining games. They got beat on the last second shot by Rick Barnes' crew in Knoxville this past weekend. But you start off the first 5 games 1-4. You beat Oklahoma in that run. You end up getting embarrassed in Gainesville, 80-60 to that Florida team. You win the next 2 games, though, Chip. You beat Missouri. You beat Texas A&M. You're thinking, okay, we found something here. Beat 2 very quality teams, 2 teams that have a chance to go to the Elite Eight in the NCAA tournament. You're feeling good about yourself. Then you got 9 games left. You go 2-7 in the last 9 games. You lose 7 of them. Win 2. And it's just, you're muted, by the way. It's just.
In 6 of the last 7 they've lost.
6 of the last 7 they've lost. And you see the display this past Saturday against Georgia, who Georgia looked pretty good, but still, no Traymon Mark. That's not good at all. You have guys in and out the lineup. It seems like every game you start Devon Pryor, but the effort's not there. And I don't know why more teams don't do this. I mean, if you look at Texas and you look at game plan for them, I feel like it's very easy. I feel like it should be very basic. Stop Trey Johnson, you win the game. Do everything that it takes to take Trey Johnson out the game by double teaming him, face guarding him. Anytime he touches the ball, all your attention should go to Trey. Mike White said, let's do that. Everyone else, we're good with them beating us because they can't. They can't beat us. Jordan Pope, go ahead and take as many shots as you can. Arthur Kaluma, you're not the same from your injury. Go ahead. Caden Shedrick, if you have the ball in the post, go ahead and try to score. We're not going to let 20 beat us. Trey Johnson has 12 points. Georgia ends up winning by like 16. Like, it's just these other guys, man, they haven't been able to help like they should. RT just can't push the right buttons. And now guys aren't playing hard enough. A couple of plays stood out for me in the Georgia game. Demery, who killed Texas, 26 points. He was hitting threes. He was getting to the line. He was getting layups. He did whatever he wanted. Devon Pryor, who I like, I think he has tremendous upside. I think that he should have been playing a lot more earlier, but whatever, that happened. But Devon Pryor, he's guarding Silas Demery. Silas Demery drives. He comes off a screen. Devon Pryor is trailing him. This is early in the first half. Silas Demery shoots a floater. The ball bounces. Everyone on Texas is looking at the ball, just watching it. Demery, after he shoots the floater, goes and gets his own rebound, shot the floater around the free throw line, gets his own rebound close to the goal, and gets his own putback. I almost walked out of my apartment after I saw that. That's some of the worst effort. And again, Devon Pryor, it's not just you, bruh. Like, you've had a lot of good moments this year. You play harder than a lot of these other guys on this team, but that was a horrible moment for you, especially when your tournament hopes are hanging by a thread. The sense of urgency is not there. Demery gets the putback. Horrible play. Another play goes through. Arthur Kaluma, he shoots a pull-up jumper towards the corner. Misses. Jogs back on defense. Him and Trey Johnson have horrible communication because Trey should have stuck with Arthur Kaluma's man because his man beats Kaluma up the court. But Kaluma has to bust his ass to get up the court. That's basketball 101. I miss a shot, I have to sprint down the court to stop a defensive possession. Bad communication with Trey Johnson and Arthur Kaluma. Trey doesn't help him long enough, but Kaluma doesn't bust his ass enough. Kaluma's late. His man gets the ball. Kaluma fouls and one bucket. What are we doing? You're down by 14. There's 4 seconds left and going into there's about 12 seconds left total, but 4 seconds left on the shot clock. Georgia's taking the ball out of bounds. You give up a corner three to the white kid that looks like freaking Marshall Mathers. You give him up to that blue kid. He knocks it down. They go up 17 to end the half. Just dumb stuff. Just dumb stuff. They gave up multiple threes in the corner for an out-of-bounds play. That's a no-no. You can't give up out-of-bounds play buckets. Those are hard buckets to give up. Why do you have somebody jumping at the ball trying to disrupt the pass? Have somebody facing the other way, not facing the other way so the inbounder could throw it off your back, but you just got to have more sense of urgency, more of a basketball IQ. They just don't. They have these lapses, man, throughout the game. And then it's too little too late. RT changes up the game plan, which works a little bit, where he puts in an all-guard lineup, Kaluma at the 5, Ken at the 4. He has Pope and Trey Johnson and Devon Pryor in there a lot in the second half. So they're trapping the ball and they're playing a little smaller and they're running and they force some turnovers. But again, it's too little too late. It's too little too late. A huge play of the game too. What's his name? Asa Newell. Asa Newell, probably their best player on Georgia. He might be a lottery pick this year. Their big man, the lefty, 6'11", number 14. He goes out the game with foul trouble. Then, with 5 minutes and 26 seconds left, Demery goes out the game with foul trouble. You're down by 11 at that point. Caden Shedrick knocks down 2 free throws. You're down by 11. The 2 best players for Georgia are out the game for the next 5 minutes. What does that mean? We got to go on the run. We gotta cut this lead into single digits. They end up going into halftime down by 17 when the 2 best players for Georgia went out when you were down by 11. I just don't know what to say anymore. They're beating themselves. And RT, he's not pushing the right buttons anymore. There was one point after the A&M and Missouri game where you're like, okay, here we go. We found some life. We found some confidence in all these guys. Jordan Pope, 0 confidence. Caden Shedrick, 0 confidence. Arthur Kaluma, 0 confidence. Tremont Mark, he goes up and down. He has his moments where you're like, dang, this guy looks good. And he has his moments where you're like, this ain't it. And now he's hurt. Like, they could really use Kendall Weaver. That's been something that's hurt this team a ton that I don't think we look at enough. But overall, as much as RT loves this university, this year just isn't it. Like, the loss against Georgia, it's going to be really hard for CDC to find reasons to bring him back. You're going to have one of those Coach Keats, North Carolina State moments in the SEC tournament, like win the whole thing or at least beat some really good teams to maybe keep him around. And that's looking real dim.
You're going to have to do what you did to get the job.
For sure. For sure. You got to win the tournament or get really close. You know, maybe be the Tennessee, maybe be the Auburn, Alabama, Florida.
And that team was
2 of those teams.
Was doing this.
Beat A&M maybe. Like, I don't know. Georgia embarrassed you. They embarrassed you at home.
Awful. At home. You can't lose at home. You can't lose at home. You can't lose at home, especially when you know you have to win the last 3 games just to get to have a pulse.
Yeah.
Because you should have won the game at Tennessee. You should have beaten Tennessee here. You should have beaten Vanderbilt. You were up 10 in that game. Lost. But you can't lose at home late.
No. Especially if it's bubble teams. It's different if you're
right.
losing to teams that should be in the Final Four. You're losing to bubble teams. And getting embarrassed by bubble teams. And losing to the worst team in the league, South Carolina, which they rolled on Arkansas the other night. But still, you can't be losing to South Carolina. And now teams are just going to lock in on Trey Johnson even more than before. And the defensive energy and effort, that's what's very troubling to me. Like, that's how you know he's lost the team. When guys' defense, like Trey Johnson, love him. I've gained a lot of respect for him since earlier in the year with his attitude and his competitiveness, especially compared to some of the other players on this team that are getting significant minutes. But sometimes his defense can be a little suspect. But also you got to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's probably conserving energy because he knows he's the only option on offense. So, yeah, I'm going to have to take it easy sometimes because when we get the ball, I'm the only one that can put it in the hoop at a consistent rate. Everybody else's confidence and skill level is shot. And then it goes back to RT not trying things. Like, I still don't get why Jamie Vincent's not playing. I still don't get why Nick Cody's not playing. What do you have to lose at this point? You have nothing to lose. You might as well play guys just to see if they give a damn. Might as well. Go look at Julian Larry's scorecard for his stats this past game. A lot of donuts. Like, what's he giving you? It's just there's no consistency with this team. And now, like, they're going into games, it seems like, no confidence except for Trey Johnson. That Arkansas game clearly took a lot out of them because they were right there. They had that game, and then they let it slip. Couple of mistakes, the bad Caden Shedrick flagrant foul. I keep saying it. Y'all hear me say it all the time. I hate to see Rodney Terry go out like this. I really do. It's tough. It's tough for my family. Like, it's tough talking to my pops because he loves RT so much. But my pops also is realistic. He knows what RT's putting out there, it's not a good product. And whether it's his assistants that aren't helping enough, the roster that doesn't match with what the SEC brings every single night when it comes to size, talent, skill, or him just not making the right decisions and putting in the right rotations each and every game. It's a little bit of all three, in my opinion, but they should be a lot better than this. They should be a lot better. They should be more competitive, and I feel like they're just ready to get the season over with. And again, it's probably hard seeing, if you're a teammate, Trey Johnson gets all the love, all of it, as he should. He's the only one putting up numbers, but they know how much Trey Johnson is making in his 1 year here at Texas. They know that a lot of their careers is going to be in Europe. Meanwhile, Trey Johnson's going to be playing in the association, 82-game season. For some guys, that's hard. For some guys, that's tough. And Trey Johnson out here yelling at his teammates, which to me at this point, that's just holding them accountable. Trey Johnson's like, yo, I have to be the leader on this squad. I shouldn't be because I'm a freshman, but I have to use my voice because some of these guys won't.
That's also on RT.
For sure.
Because Chris Beard, there's no players yelling at each other. Chris Beard would be like, get in the locker room. You're either running the show or you're letting stuff happen. And look, Rodney Terry is beloved at Texas. He was part of the Final Four team, in 2003. He went to 3 Elite Eights. One of them he coached and was that close to going to a Final Four, that close to becoming the second coach in Texas basketball history to go to a Final Four, up 13 with 13 minutes to play against Miami. And he's going to be fine. He's going to get $5.4 million from the university.
That's a good firing.
Yeah.
Now
he can size up what he wants to do, but everyone asking, is CDC going to go after a big name? Hell yeah, he's going to go after a big name coach. That's all he does. Mm-hmm. He went and got Vic Schaefer, who'd been to the national championship game twice. It was expensive, and it's worth it.
That's worked out. I think Vic Schaefer's time here has worked out pretty well. Yeah.
So, Del Conte, he doesn't play for second.
Yeah. And again, the SEC is so brutal. Like, it's a very tough conference.
Let me ask you this, Zay. Let's get right down to it. I've always said, if you're changing basketball coaches at Texas, the first call you got to make is to Bill Self to see if he's happy.
You don't look happy.
I think now's the time. You call his agent. You say, hey, why don't you come down here?
You said that in November, and it didn't make sense to me. Now, beginning of March, with where Kansas is and where Texas is, you got something there, my friend. You got something there, for real. Because Kansas, they ain't it. You can't trust this Kansas team at all, which is weird because they got talent, and the Big 12 isn't what the Big 12's been these last few years. It's Houston, Iowa State, and then that's really it. Like Arizona, they all right. But after Houston and Iowa State, which Texas, they would have done decent in the Big 12 this year in basketball. I know RT's probably kicking himself in the butt there because you go play in the brutal Big 12 these last few years, which it was the best conference in the nation. First year of the SEC, now the SEC is the best conference in the nation by a mile. So, Bill Self, hit him up. I see what Tony Bennett's doing too. I see what, Tony, because I know he left Virginia because he didn't want to do it no more. I feel like it was because of Virginia. I don't think it was because Tony Bennett was like, I don't love the game no more. I don't want to keep coaching. I don't want to keep coaching here at this place that I brought a national championship to. Jay Wright's name's always going to be out there. Jay Wright, I feel like he's very comfortable working for Turner. But, yeah, the names, you'll hear these names these next few weeks, and we'll see. But, of course, Georgia, they had some African Nigeria brother cleaning up. Zerk Onyema threw a weak-ass jump hook in there. My man sent it to the three-point line. 52nd rated freshman. I don't know his name. Got to pull it up here. African brother, 6'11". All right, why can't Texas get anything like that? Why just go to Africa? Just go. I'm probably tired of hearing me saying it. Go over there. They're everywhere. It's a huge continent. They are everywhere. I'm telling you. Just bring one back. 6'10", 6'11". You know he's going to be able to jump. It's in the DNA. You know he's going to be able to jump.
Listen to my man, Zay.
That made me so mad when they said that brother from Georgia's from Nigeria. I was like, of course he is. Of course. They got a Nigerian brother in here. Yeah.
The only thing better would be if he was from Sudan. Playing for Royal Ivy's Olympic team.
Yeah. Gosh, man. Just play hard. At least play hard.
I'm telling you, this is the time. Kansas ain't in the Final Four. Self doesn't look like a weirdo for, you know how small of a town Lawrence is? You ever been to Lawrence, Kansas?
Nope.
It's small. It's the Mecca. Fog Allen Fieldhouse is the Mecca, but it's a small town.
Yeah.
Bill Self, he might be looking for spread his wings a little bit. I know he's got a lifetime contract at Kansas, but he's done Kansas. Am I making any kind of sense right now?
No, you're making a lot of sense. He put out a letter?
I know.
On Twitter, kind of apologizing for what this team's looked like and stuff. It's weird. It's weird what's going on down there.
Would Texas fans be excited?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You buy the dip. You buy the dips. He's dipping. And I'm telling you right now, Texas is the kind of place he would consider.
And we need KD putting in some NIL money too. James Harden's doing it. James Harden's put up 300 racks to Arizona State's NIL because he loves that program so much, his alma mater.
300,000?
300,000. James Harden. Yes. To Arizona State. That's solid. Say what you want about James Harden. That's a solid thing to do because he don't got to do that at all. Now, I'm not saying KD hasn't. We don't know. KD, he can be quiet at times.
Well, through Nike, he's donated $10 million.
Okay, then never mind.
And that helped build the practice facility. That's why his name's on that practice court.
Okay, well, we won't put him in there. But Jackson Hayes, Jared Allen, Miles Turner, Mo Bamba. Got guys in the league too, still playing, doing their thing.
Mo Bama's like, Shaka Smart. He didn't even coach me. I didn't get any better there. That fool was letting me shoot threes anytime I wanted.
God, he should be so much better. Mo Bama should be a perennial all-star in the NBA.
Dude, he is so long.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
he should be Dikembe.
Something like that.
But he wants to shoot it too. Dikembe, he wasn't shooting no threes.
No, those guys in the 90s couldn't shoot threes as bigs. That wasn't a thing. And if you did, you have to run horses and suicides and stuff. Like them coaches.
Mo Bama got a song named after him, and you think he went to 5 All-Star games.
Oh man, that song is a legendary song.
It's a legendary song.
Legendary song. That rapper is horrible too. Sheck West, awful. One-hit wonder. Complete one-hit wonder, but he might be good for the rest of his life because they play that at every college football game. A&M, they be playing the hell out of it too, which is weak. They need to do better. They can find.
Do they even know that song is named after a former Longhorns basketball player?
They have to. They have to.
That would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Take that off the playlist. Take that off the playlist. Take that off the playlist.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
Oh,
this is the time.
Yeah, hit up Bill. Because Rick Pitino, he's still coaching his ass off. Them guys, them legends, they got a lot of life left. A lot of life. So see what they're about. You know. By the way, I know Quad, he always trying to get us to talk NBA on here. Oh, Luka, I'm telling you. Luka.
Slim down Luka?
They've pissed him off. He's finally finding that groove. He's figuring
P90
things
Luka?
out. He's figuring things out, Chip. Bron playing off ball. Bron looking good too. Like, yeah, they're going to be a tough out. It's just about health, just like for everybody. Because think about it. They're your 1-2. They're the 2 best players on their team. Put them up against everyone else's 2 best players in the association. You're probably going to take Luka and Bron 98% of the time, especially when they're cooking. Everyone else, I like Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Jokic, Jamal Murray, he's cool. We've seen them at their best. For Oklahoma City, it's Shea, and then it's Santa Clara, Jalen Williams, who he could be up and down. But Bron and Luka, look out. They are finding the groove. CB, what are you talking about? I can't do it today. No. It just sounds like every other African brother I do. There's not.
That's good. That was a good one.
Not good. No, you don't gotta humor me. I know it's not good. CB knows I'm just bad. CB knows I'm just bad, but I don't know what to do with my sons either. They're talking about trading KD because it's gotten so bad there. Yeah. Bobo and the Suns turning out to be nice. Wemby may have rubbed off on them. No, Bobo, it's just consistency with him. I don't think at times we've seen him learn how to be a pro. Like the consistency of being a pro, that's one of the main things, and he's just so inconsistent. But he's on a team that sucks right now, so there's no pressure on him. Just go and play. Like the Suns are a joke. They're an absolute joke. Like Mike Budenholzer. And that's it. Like before we bring Patrick and those Open Gym boys on, that's Mike Budenholzer supposedly had a conversation with Devin Booker and told Devin Booker to calm down when it comes to being vocal around the teammates because it diminishes what the coaches are saying. Are you serious? Like, what, Budenholzer? You want that. You want your best players to be leaders. Like, you kidding me? Are you getting like emasculated or something? Are you embarrassed that your coaches are doing a bad job? So Devin Booker has to go out and say and speak his mind? Like, I don't know, man. That's a weird thing to do, but
Lakers have won 6 in a row.
yeah.
Second place in the West. Just saying. All right. Let's bring in the fellas.
Some good baseball talk today. I'll see on
Patrick Davis and Greg Swindell.
What's
up, fellas?
Hey, man, you tell that Mike Budd, certain coaches don't coach superstars great, and considering the Suns are just superstars, like it's just guys who are the first option, the only superstar he was great with Giannis, and Giannis didn't like him.
You didn't like him, yeah.
But Drew Holiday never played like a superstar. He's a great player, but he never cared. Like he's just like, oh no, I'll just do whatever I need to do. And Chris Middleton wasn't that guy either. So the only real superstar he had to deal with was Giannis, and he didn't like him. So when you put him on a team, I don't know why they hired him to go on a team with a consistent coach killer and Durant. And
whoa.
He doesn't want to he wants to play basketball his way. He's a great player. He just wants to play basketball his way. And coaches don't like that. Not surprisingly. I wouldn't like it if I was a coach either. And I walked in and he was like, hey, I want to run this play. And you're like, I don't know. I'd run this play. And he goes, no, I'm Kevin Durant. You do what I'd say. It's what he's always done.
Damn. Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
All right. I gotta ask.
Just
like Kevin Durant is.
I gotta ask.
He failed on like 3 teams. We know what he is. He's a great basketball player. He's just different.
Yeah.
I just got back from Vegas with the Texas baseball team, Greg. So I got to ask you what you think of the stuff of Jason Flores and Dylan Volantis.
Well, I mean, their numbers are speaking for themselves. I mean, Jason Flores looked good last week against UIW, and Volantis, all he does is get outs, and that's what you ask. That's all you can ask for. A guy that comes in out of the bullpen and throws strikes and gets outs, and that's what Dylan Volantis is doing right now, and they got to be happy with what they're seeing. Because
obviously, Cade Bing probably not the guy right now to be the Sunday starter, and Schloss was saying this is a big week. You know, we got to get guys. You know, we got to see them before they go off to Mississippi State. Who would make sense as the Sunday starter?
I think right now the guy that's been backing Cade Bing up is Max Grubbs. To me, I mean, he's towards the second half of last year. Max Grubbs was your Friday guy and one of your best pitchers on the staff, and he's shown that so far this year with his outings following. He's got a couple saves, but he's getting the job done. And right now, if Cade Bing were to start, that would be one more start before conference play, and I just don't know if they can afford that right now. Max Grubbs is throwing better, and I think he's earning that, and I think we might see that this weekend. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, because Flores and Volantis, they got nasty stuff.
Yeah.
The question is, how quick do you want to put them out there?
Yeah, I mean, you can have nasty stuff, but if you don't get people out, it's just stuff. So, or nasty. So the guys are getting it done, and they're proving that Schloss, he's going to put you. We've talked about it each time on this show that if you come out and throw strikes, he's going to keep putting you out there. But if you don't, you're out of the game. They got a pretty good arm in Mercer on the bench right now, who didn't throw strikes this last outing and didn't even. I don't think he sniffed the mound in Vegas. So he's a good arm. They really need to get going, but. The guys are throwing the ball well, but this past weekend, we talk a lot about hitting this past weekend.
That's right.
All right, fellas, we'll get out of your way. Appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Longhorn Bear, the last 30 minutes of Chip and Zay, we talked about RT, so check that out, fellas. Have a good.
Yeah, thank you, Zay. Jeff, welcome into Open Gym here from, we'll be here till 6 p.m. on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, and along with me today, is the legendary lifetime Longhorn, Greg Swindell, one of the all-time greats, to break down what we saw from Texas baseball. We'll get into some talk to combine and basketball as well, so don't worry. I'm sure we'll always yell about RT some more. It is, what has become everyday topic now, Texas sports. But Greg, appreciate you coming back on with us after another great weekend of Texas baseball, man. 3 more wins.
Yeah, I mean they're playing good baseball. Obviously, I like the first thing I wrote down. Now they're back-to-back champs. They've won at Globe Life, and now they've won in Vegas. And I think I've heard Slosh talk about it. He goes, anytime you play in any type of tournament situation, you want to win it, and that's what they've done. Going on the road to Arlington and to Las Vegas, but good pitching. And this weekend we saw a lot of really good hitting. Last week we talked about keep the line going at the bat rack, and they were able to do that a few times this weekend and put up some big numbers. I mean, double-digit runs scored in all 3 games and double-digit hits in all 3 games. So the bats came alive, and they got enough out of their pitching staff, especially on Friday. They had to hang on to that one on Friday. I got a little nervous, but the other 2 games, they weren't even close from the get-go, and could have run rolled both of them if they just had one more big hit.
The Friday game was one where you were kind of watching a little bit and then not watching it, and then when you're all of a sudden you're like, wait, what happened? I thought we were doing good. We had the huge run. They get up big and then let Washington right back into it. Always disappointing to see it when it happened, but they never let him take the leap. So you're good enough in there that Texas never had the huge problem. But we also saw Jalen Flores, who had a great weekend, come out and hit 2 home runs in that game. So he looked pretty good. But one of the things you noticed in this series or this weekend, this tournament, was once the guys got a couple at bats in them, those bats started going hot. As we saw them in the 6th inning, go 7 runs in that Washington game. They get going. They get 3 runs in the 7th against Texas Tech. They get 9 runs in the 6th against Illinois. They started to figure it out once they get a couple bats once they get a couple at bats underneath them, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it takes. I always say hitting's contagious. And, I mean, just taking good at-bats is what it is. The guys did that. They took their walks. I mean, but I think Gasparino was almost caught up with his last year's walk total already this year. I mean, he had 10. He had 10 all year last year. And I think he has 6 already this year. So that's a good sign. He's seeing the ball and not swinging at everything that's coming up there, doing well. But they did swing the bat. And that's what you want to see because, again, we keep talking about just 5 more games till they get to conference play.
Yeah, it's coming up quick. But, yeah, they've lost that first game of the season and have been on a roll ever since. You still look at it. There's still some things to work on. The strikeouts, you still got some pitching. You're not getting deep enough in games where you'd like to be. But overall, this team seems like they're playing well. What were some of the big takeaways you had from a weekend where Texas once again was able to go on the road, not to a, hostile environment like that'll be in a couple weeks, but still road games with other teams' fans and be able to come out and still perform?
I think it wasn't in the lineup. It wasn't just a couple guys. It wasn't Blue. It wasn't just Rodriguez and Gasparino. It was everyone. Everyone was contributing and getting their base hits. You saw Galvan get a big opposite field home run, so he's swinging the bat with some power and putting the ball in the gap. So the biggest thing for me takeaway was obviously the swinging of the bats for Texas, and not just trying to hit the ball out of the park, but continuous, keep the line going, as we said, and that's huge because they were struggling a little bit and weren't driving in those big runs. And this weekend we saw a complete opposite and a team effort. I mean, Flores, that's good to see. I think, a lot of times guys hit 18 home runs last year. He hadn't hit one until he got to Vegas, and now you can just breathe. You can see him just kind of take a big breath, and next time up, hit another one. So the long ball's there for him now. He's getting locked in, and Max Blue, I mean, he's just knocking the cover off the ball. I think he's 3rd in the SEC in average right now, and driving in runs and being more outspoken. I mean, you see him out there have the wrestling belt and giving little pep talks, and that's something that's taken him a couple years to get to that point. But he's definitely taken the lead as one of the captains on this team.
Yeah, it's good to see that this team that Schlossnagels kind of got them moving in the right direction, getting some veterans, the guys that have been there, sometimes, with coaching changes, it can be difficult because you get a new place in line with the new coach, but he seems to be respecting what the guys have done. Any guy like Max Blue, he's already come out and shown you what he's going to be in the first couple games of the season. So there's no reason why he shouldn't be one of the leaders of this team. And, you see the bats were going all weekend, which you want to see. It shows more that series against Dartmouth was just the weather. That's really the only time that looks like the bats didn't look that good. And so you just go, okay, chalk it up to the weather so far. That's the only thing that slowed the bats down. But then you saw with the pitching, you get the first game against Washington, you get pretty well. Against Texas Tech, you only have to go through 3 pitchers, but you had to use a number of guys in some other games as well. What did you see out of the bullpen for Texas?
I mean, some guys struggled. You said Howard obviously faced 5 hitters, gave up 5 hits and 5 runs. So that's not very good in that one. But you're going to have guys like that on the staff. He might not see the mound much after this, but you got to stay sharp. But the rest of the guys, came in and did their job. Valantis again going 3 innings and getting a 3-inning save in the game. Max Grubbs just coming in any situation, middle of the game, late in the game, and doing his job. So I think you're starting to see a little more consistency from the guys, minus a couple of them. But that's the biggest thing. You just want to stay consistent out of the bullpen, and you can kind of see roles maybe starting to take place I honestly don't think Grubbs is going to be your closer. I think they might be looking for someone else to take over because I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be starting this weekend and probably starting in SEC play.
Yeah, when you look at what just one stat that sticks out is 5 1/3 innings, no walks allowed. Yeah. And when you're not allowing walks, it seems like Schloss is going to like to play you a little bit more. No one has more than 2 walks that stays in the game. And that feels very much a Schlossnagle thing. If you're going to be throwing the ball outside of the zone, you're going to sit your butt back down on the bench pretty quickly. So old Bobby Knight's butt meet bench meet brain, your butt send signal to brain to makes it so you get your butt off the bench. That feels that's just how Schloss wants to coach. Don't throw balls if you don't have to. Put the balls in the strike zone.
Well, you had a 9-1 lead.
Yeah,
and sometimes you throw too many strikes. In Howard's case,
that's true.
Do the ball over the plate a little too much. But no lead is safe. But yeah, they besides that one game, the 9-8 game, the first game Friday night against Washington, I really think the bullpen came in and pitched well. The starters, I think Spencer could have gone longer, but 9-1, you're thinking is pretty comfortable. I'll get him out of there at around 90 pitches, I believe. And then Luke Harrison giving you 5 solid innings. Looking for that third starter. It'll happen. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but very pleased with the way the pitching staff has been going, but extremely pleased of how the bats came alive in Vegas. And hopefully that turns over to this week when they come home for 5.
Yeah, it should be a fun week because you get to go back home before you go to Mississippi State. What are you expecting to see them kind of do in these last preparations before you take off and go on the road? Do you try and get your lineup a little bit more set? Do you try and make sure you have your starters a little bit? Is there more that you're trying to set? Or are you still pretty good because it's only March? So you feel, even though we're starting SEC play, we can be still a little bit more loose with it, or are you trying to get a little bit more set going into SEC play?
The way that they swing the bat this weekend, I think it's pretty, it could be set. We talked last week about how in my opinion, I didn't think Kimmel Schuessler was a leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Ethan Mendoza goes out there and makes the all-tournament team in 3 games and in the leadoff spot and hit for power, got a few extra base hits. So I think he's going to stay up there. He also took his walks. And it's good. The key to the entire lineup is Jalen Flores. When he starts hitting, now you can put him either back in the 2-hole or 3-hole closer to the lineup, front of the lineup. And because someone's going to have to give a little more protection behind Max Blue. The way he's swinging the bat, you have to have someone behind him that they're not just going to always pitch around Max Blue and take your chances on the next guy. So Gasparino has been swinging the bat well, but not. I don't think it's enough to protect Max because he does swing at a lot of balls out of the zone. But I think Tuesday might not be the day, but the 3 against Santa Clara, you'll see set lineups because after Santa Clara is just UTA before they go to Starkville.
Yeah, it's not very much after that. But yeah, there's Will Gasparino did have that, not a very good game on Saturday when he struck out 3 times, left 4 guys on base, had another couple strikeouts on Sunday as well. Is there anybody in this lineup that you've been surprised at what they've been able to pull off so far? And that is starting to set in that they're, ready to be an everyday player?
I mean, I look at the young kid. You look at A-Rod Rodriguez. Yeah. I mean, this guy, he's just a natural hitter. I mean, he doesn't try to pull the ball. He hits the ball the opposite field with power. He pulls the ball with power. I really enjoy that, seeing that from a young player. You'd like to see a little bit more out of Gasparino, but even though he's a big center fielder and he's doing his job, but I'd like to see a little more out of him. And Kimball, I think, for a second, took him like, wait a minute, am I not good enough to be a leadoff hitter? So he struggled for a game, and then all of a sudden got his hits, started getting his hits over the weekend. So that's good. But I like the way the lineup took shape this weekend, and I like Mendoza at the top. So him and you want to get a little more production out of your DH as well. I don't think they got too much out of their DH over the weekend. And I mean, that's what it's for. You go, you're a designated hitter. You go up there and try to get hits. You don't want to walk. you don't want to make outs. So trying to find that one person. Was it Winfield? Is it Chamberlain? I mean, who's it going to be? Are they going to righty, lefty? I don't know. So a little bit more of your DH, but the lineup I really like this weekend. I'd like to pitch when you're getting 35 runs and 40 hits over a weekend.
That always is going to be a good number to look at. So as we get into the 5 games before we move on to conference play, if you're coaching, what are you driving home this week for Texas baseball and talking to these players and getting everybody and trying to get everybody in that right mindset that it still feels early? I mean, you're playing a tournament, and then 5 games after that, you're playing conference play. It feels quick. So how do you get your team ready in these 5 games to understand the ramp up is done? This is it. This is the final takeoff, and then we're gone.
Just let them know next week. I mean, we're going to Starkville. We're going to Mississippi State. So play these games as conference games. Hopefully the weather is going to be good. You'll have big crowds in Austin this weekend. I think that is what they will need, because they go to Mississippi State, it's 13,000, 14,000, and most of them aren't your friends. So play these games with high intensity. Don't let the opponent bring you down because you just had a big high in Vegas winning those games, and you can't look ahead to Mississippi State. Just continue to be consistent and play with just some pride. I mean, all these little things that can lead up. You can always get your dauber down, because we're like, wow, we're not playing. We're playing Santa Clara. We're playing Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I mean, you still have to play with intensity. And I want to see that out of this team. I don't think they'll get down. I don't think Slosser, the coaching staff, I know Troy Tulowitzki won't let them put their head in the dirt. So it'll be a fun week. It'll be fun to see how they do come home and react with them. And again, hopefully it's some good weather for them.
Yeah. I also wanted to ask you, we saw CDC's officially put out when the spring fan fest is going to be. It still says everything has been set with it, but we know when the date is, and it's coinciding with Texas A&M being in town for baseball. Does that seem like fun? I love the idea. I think it's great to do that and just try and flood downtown and flood everywhere down there with burnt orange the week of, your biggest rival coming into town. We saw A&M drop precipitously in the polls this week as well. That seems like a fun little dig on that A&M, doesn't it?
Well, they lost Gavin Gerhovac. I mean, that was their leadoff freshman All-American, freshman of the year. And when that happened, I think they kind of went into shock, because they did. They went to Houston pretty much, and before that, and laid an egg. Didn't play well. They're still the same team. They just lost a major cog. They know he's not going to be back. So I really think they're going to be okay, because they're no different as a team. They just lost some home runs and a pretty good third baseman. They're going to be fine. They're the Aggies. They were number 1 in the nation for a reason. But losing 4 in a row can be an eye opener, and they have a lot to figure out before conference play as well. But not worried about them. But I love the fact that you are going to flood downtown with burnt orange. And I mean, that's That's no mistake. I mean, that's CDC.
Yeah.
He's doing it on purpose. He wants it to be crazy, and it will be. I mean, it's going to be. Texas and A&M have played, but it's been non-conference. I mean, now it's back to old school. I go back to Southwest Conference, and it's going to be an exciting time when the Aggies come to town, and when all these teams come to town. I mean, it's new teams that Texas fans haven't seen in a long time, or if ever. So looking forward to SEC play, especially that weekend.
Yeah, I mean, then this will be the fun of, everyone hating on Schloss for leaving A&M too. We dealt with it for Texas playing Texas Tech with Chris Beard when he came down to Texas. There's always that fun of that rivalry too, that there's going to be some players over there maybe a little not thrilled with Schloss for walking away. But it should be fun. I mean, all right, so they're a 9-game win streak. They're 9-1 right now. They can handle business. They should be able to handle business. You hope, it's baseball. Anything can happen. But if you go 14-1 going in, when your next 5, you're 14-1 going into SEC play, does this change? Like, are your expectations now jumping higher and higher for Texas baseball this season? That we looked at it, and we talked before the season and said, maybe this will be a team that, you want to be able to host a regional, maybe go to, super regional, something like that. Is it starting to get to now? It's like, oh, we're starting to look Omaha or bust. Is it starting to get a little bit more there?
Oh yeah, I mean I wrote down 14-1 already on my sheet because they wanted to go undefeated last week, and they did that. No reason they can't do it again. I mean, I heard Schloss go, you don't play the scoreboard, you play the game. I mean, don't let the scoreboard dictate how you're going to play, and that's how it's easier said than done as a player because you want to win. But when Texas got down 6-1 yesterday, against Illinois, there was no panic. They know they started swinging the bat. They're going to score runs. So it's I think they're ready. I mean, I do. Yeah, there's 5 games left till they get to conference play, but if you can go into conference play with a 14-game winning streak, I mean, that can only boost your confidence, and especially when you open up on the road they played good in Las Vegas. Maybe they'll play good in Stark Vegas when it comes up.
Yeah, and I mean, and worth noting too, you're 14-1, and that one was extra innings, so it was not even you have not even been that far out of it. So it's definitely been a good start. Do you have any other notes from the weekend or anything else for Texas baseball?
What did I have? Well, I mean, they 14 unanswered yesterday. Fell down 6-1, ended up winning 15-6. Kept the line moving. They scored double digits in half their games this year. 5 out of the 10 games they scored over 10 or more runs. Wow. Yeah. They just dominated. They dominated the weekend. I mean, you take away the close game Friday night, it was 9-1. They went to Vegas and dominated the entire weekend.
Yeah, it has definitely been a really good start for Texas baseball. This was a new coach comes in, and you always have to build that little bit of just, okay, give him time, let him build it up. It was, especially we saw it with Sark, where there's going to be a little growing pains as we get the culture fixed the way we want it to be and everything else. And Schloss just came in. And part of that too is now the transfer portal makes things a lot easier than it used to be. And you can do a couple things, but it has definitely been fun to watch Texas baseball as they start out this season and go and win another tournament there in Vegas. 5 games away from SEC play is going to be a lot of fun when we get there. Also over the weekend, we had some fun watching the combine in the NFL, which watching a lot of people run. That's the main thing, to watch a lot of people see how fast they can run. But it was we got to see. So, we were doing the show Friday. I think we got Jade Barron maybe was running in that. That was the last we saw, but going through, we got to see the wide receivers. Quinn Ewers came out and had a really good showing. There were some quarterbacks that were okay, some quarterbacks who not so good. The whole Will Howard thing, where Will Howard was not really throwing the ball well, but the whole crowd was Ohio State fans, like this mass amount of Ohio State fans. So they kept booing when receivers didn't catch balls that he didn't throw it at the wide receivers. Like, come on, man. What are you doing booing at this? It's not their fault. He's just not that accurate of a quarterback. But Quinn Ewers did. Now we saw only the 40 times for quarterbacks was fun because 3 quarterbacks ran. So every other position you really got to go through, and you're waiting for times to go through. Only 3 quarterbacks ran. No one wanted to put it out there. I think more will run on their pro day. but they were more worried about getting warmed up for throwing, which makes sense for quarterbacks. No one's drafting Quinn Ewers because of his speed. But he goes 16 for 21 on the throws. He had a good day. He definitely did what he needed to do to push himself into that day 2, second, third round pick guy that some people are still saying he's a 4th round, 5th round pick. I know people on social media, there's still Texas fans who hate him for whatever reason. I don't get it, but that's some Texas, some people just never be happy. So, we saw it, but Quinn Ewers, I think, has shown up of what we knew he could be. And, he still got to do it in the game. But what he did in practice is why you're going to say this guy is a really, really good quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, the guy, I think the biggest part that came from the combine for me on Quinn was his question and answers with the media. I mean, the guy, he said that's pretty much sets me apart is my mental capacity, my mental side of the game. It is better than most. And that, I mean, you look at the great quarterbacks. I'm not putting him in the Tom Brady category, but Tom Brady was one of the smartest. He knew what plays, where the defense was going before it happened, and so just a smart guy. And I think that's the biggest thing for Quinn. Yeah, is he fast? No. Can he throw? Yes. Is he smart? Yes. I mean, there's a lot more positive than negatives for Quinn Ewers. And look, the dude played. I mean, they held it that he had a torn oblique for all year. I mean, how many kids, young men, would go out there in those situations knowing about his future, could be an NFL quarterback. And he went out there every night, every weekend, and gave it 100%, took his team almost to the national championship game. So that tells you a lot about his wherewithal and what he's got in him, what's in his heart. And I think it's big for him. And he showed well. I mean, did he improve his stock in the draft? That's to be seen, but I think he definitely didn't hurt it.
No, and I mean, it depends because it's always team to team and who's looking for what. But yeah, I think, and yeah, you saw the things about his toughness, and for Texas fans to have a guy stand up there, and when he could have probably made $4 million, $5 million going somewhere else, that was just going to pay him to go for another year. He said, I never really thought about coming back because the plan was I was going to play these years. I was going to go pro. Arch Manning was going to step up in that role, and I didn't want to play anywhere else. So I'm not coming back to Texas and making it awkward here. And I'm not going somewhere else because I don't want to be anything other than a Longhorn. So I'm going to be here and I'm going to go. And you're like, how do you not like that if you're a Texas fan? Yeah. That someone just goes, no, this is the plan. We came up with it. We executed it. And the only thing that didn't go right is we didn't win the title. Other than that, everything else kind of went to what we wanted it to be. But yeah, he seemed way looser than a lot of the media days we saw here in Austin, that sometimes he'd be a little bit more uptight. And I think that's, there's a different part of not trying to let people in on what's going on. And if you are more hurt, you're trying to not put that on at every press day you're doing. So there was a lot of pieces where I get it's a little bit harder in the season to do it than when you're, at a job interview. Maybe it's a little bit easier to do those interviews. But yeah, he definitely showed out as a person that as just a person and someone to lead your team. Definitely looked out there. And speaking of toughness, did you see the Gunnar Helm ankle after the combine?
Good. Yeah. And he didn't say anything about it.
No, he ran and when he got a 4.84 and you went, that's a little slow. Like he's not an athletic beast where you expected everything out of him, but at the same part, you expected Gunnar Helm to maybe get a little bit faster than that. And then when it turns out that on that first run, he stumbled and sprained his ankle, and then not only ran the 40 twice, he then did all of the drills. He kept doing it, and then came back going, "Oh yeah, my ankle's all swollen up in black and blue." If you're a football guy and you need a guy that's going to go out there and bleed for your team, and especially a tight end, where a lot of these guys now don't want to block as much and don't necessarily want to do all the dirty work, they want to go out and get the catches. But when you have a guy like Gunnar Helm, that has to make at least half the coaches in the NFL look at him and say, "Oh yeah, I want that guy in my locker room. I need that guy."
I think he's all pro material. I mean, the guy can catch. He doesn't mind running over it. Doesn't mind jumping over you when he has the ball. But yeah, any person that I mean, I probably would have been on the ground and had been in a air cast or something. I mean, these guys are tough. They really are tough, especially once you see the pictures of it. I don't know if people believed him or not, and then the pictures proved him that he was telling the truth. So the guy can play. He's obviously tough. He obviously wanted to show out at the combine, and he did every bit of it. And now I think he's going to run when they have the pro day in Austin. But the guys. I mean, I wish they would have thrown him the ball more, because that dude. I know you have the wide receivers, but he's gunner. He's legit, and I mean, you don't have to be a speed demon to be a tight end anyway. Just got to be able to catch the ball and block a little bit.
Yeah, because you're not necessarily going to use him in all those. You just change up what packages you're using. Yeah, it'd be great if you had a wide receiver or a tight end that could run a 4-4 and block and do everything else. But you're also going to then have to pay that guy, $20 million a year. So you may not want to have him at the tight end position. But we saw, he came out, played well. I think the only thing that was really that didn't go his way is his arms are a little shorter than you'd like a tight end's arms to be. But I mean, those are the pieces of, he's not a first round talent. He's not going to be a first round pick. So you're like, okay, once you're out of that, then you're going to have different parts where it may not be as important to have every single factor. You're going to take somebody and go, that's why he's a third round pick or maybe a fourth round pick, but he'll definitely be one of the higher tight ends going. We also saw the Jahdae Barron solidify himself. I think he's a top 15 pick now.
Oh yeah.
He runs at 4.39. That just because he was a guy that a lot of people came out and said before the combine, well, I don't care if he's a 4.6 or a 4.7 even. He's like the smartest defensive back, and he's got all these tools. He runs a 4.39. Say, all right, well, that puts it in, because that was what you thought was going to be one of the weaknesses, that he may not be able to play on the outside because he may not be able to keep up with some of those wide receivers, but he ran faster than a lot of wide receivers did. He ran the same speed as Isaiah Bond, who is the speed demon, who said he was going to break Xavier Worthy's record. It didn't, but he ran the same speed as him.
He said he was going to be it.
He did not, but man, that was great to see Jahdae Barron, that guy, and then to see his face. They showed him at the combine, and it was the first time the game was a 4.4, and he ran 4.4 twice, which also that was something that Texas players did pretty consistently. Is their 2.40 times were pretty much always the same. And you just could kind of tell that goes into the conditioning and the training, everything to be consistent at those pieces. But he gets a 4.4 in the second. He's a little bummed because he wanted to break 4.4. And they came back when they told him 4.39. Then he's like took a knee and prayed and all, and just was so excited that he was able to get into the 4.3. So it was really fun to see that for a guy like Jahdae.
I think I was looking over online about it, and I guess he has short arms. They're worried about his short arms too. I mean, he's a Jim Thorpe winner. He just ran a 4.3. I mean, come on. He's still going to be a top 50. He's going to be a first round pick. Who cares? Exactly.
He should be a top 15 pick. And that's the thing is, it's like I get out of the, you have to find what's the worst thing. If when you write a pros and cons list, there's something you've got to put something in the cons. But if it is his arms aren't as long as we'd like. That's a lot better than most other things where the other person's like they lack discipline or, they get lost on some coverages and they've been known to be baited on to pick a role. Like all of that is gone. So he looks like he's going in, and we know it's been Will Johnson, I believe, is the cornerback out of Michigan, who's been projected to be the top cornerback taken. I mean, I think at this point you start to have those conversations of, is Jahdae the guy? I mean, we know we saw it a couple years ago when the Texans took Derek Stingley, and then Sauce Gardner went to pick after him. And Sauce Gardner wins Defensive Rookie of the Year and just has an amazing season. So, sometimes there's just two really good players, and I think Jahdae's in that world. We also saw, the wide receivers, Matthew Golden, man. He was another guy that sat in that first round, second round guy, but people weren't sure about his speed. And now there's factors in this that may end up being like, well, did you take plays off? Because that's one of the knocks on him is that when he knows the ball's not coming his way or when he just kind of doesn't go full speed, which most wide receivers don't. So it's not the worst thing, but he runs a 4.29. He's the fastest wide receiver in the combine, second fastest player at the combine. He just has a great run there. He goes 5'11", 191 is what he weighs, what he comes in at height-wise. Matthew Golden, and his hands are big. He is a stud at wide receiver, and when you talk about an escalation of a draft in a year from coming from Houston, and maybe being a late round pick to now being feels like a first round pick at wide receiver. And some people are saying he's in the conversation to be the first wide receiver taken now is crazy, because he was originally, when we were talking about preseason last year, he was like the third option. We were like, oh, he'll probably be like a third wide receiver for Texas. And now he can be the number one wide receiver taken in the draft. It's fun to see with a guy like Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love it. And you talk about that. That's one thing. A wide receiver, your hands. You got to have either strong hands or big hands, and he's going to have that. You see the big wide receivers in the NFL, and the football looks small in their hands. So it's great to see. And he just keep raising your stock. That's all you can do, and that's all. These guys did it all year, and they proved it over the weekend.
Yeah, and Isaiah Bond had I'm going to run the fastest run at the combine. Don't worry about it. Then he ran 4.39, which is, he killed himself because 4.39 is really, really fast and really good. I mean, when I was coming up and everything, if you beat a 4.4, it was insane. Right. 4.4 was like as fast as you were going to go. And so he runs a 4.39, and now it's like, wow, what a slow guy. He's a 4.39. His hands are a little small, but I mean, that's not really what you're going to use Isaiah Bond for as much. He's not going to be that slot receiver that's going to go over the middle and take hits over the middle. You're going to use him in space. He's electric in space. So he looked pretty good, made his catches. There wasn't really anybody at this combine for Texas who I thought took a step backwards. I think everybody was pretty prepared. He was one that maybe you looked at and thought he could have raised his stock higher, but he still didn't go back. He still played. He still did everything well.
Well, you got your stock at the combine, then you got your stock at pro day. I mean, they're going to look at both of them. They'll be probably a little more relaxed at pro day. But these guys, it's an exciting time for them, obviously, getting ready to go play in the NFL. I think they all showed up. They all said the right things, did the right things, and obviously they were in shape.
Yeah, they were definitely in shape. Jaden Blue gets a 4.38. He's the second fastest running back in the combine as well. And then we saw the offensive linemen come out, and the rumors or whatever people keep saying about Kelvin Banks, for whatever reason, he's just been singled out as this guy who's going to drop in the draft. He's a guy that we've been saying is a top 5 pick in the draft for 3 seasons, who his freshman year was stopping NFL like Will Anderson's a defensive player of the year candidate guy. And they're saying that he stopped him as a freshman, and now he may not be ready for the NFL. They thought he was going to be shorter. He turned out to be over. He was 6'5" and an 1/8.
Be taller.
And it's then Will Campbell is basically the guy from LSU that people believe is that they're the 1 and 2. And people said Will Campbell's so much bigger than him. He's about 3/4 of an inch taller than him, 4 pounds heavier. Will Campbell is, but Kelvin Banks has longer arms, bigger hands, bigger wingspan. So all those measurables that you really want in a wider and a lineman, like, no, Kelvin Banks' measurables are still better than the other guy that you think is best. So the one thing is his detriment was that he wasn't healthy at the end of the season last year, which, he played 3 straight years at left tackle, and he missed a game or 2. He didn't miss that much time. He came out and still played hurt. It feels like those are things that are just put out for the media, but it was nice to see Kelvin Banks be able to go out and show out what he does. And I think put himself back in that conversation of like, no, he shouldn't be falling below 10. I get you. Sometimes it depends on what positions get taken, but he should not be going below 10. And some people have him in the 20s. It's crazy.
Hey, so you can't jump high in the air. So you can't flat foot jump 12 feet off the ground. It's sometimes some players, some people just can't do things like that. But he did. He's obviously taller than what they thought, because they were like, well, if he's below 6'5" or 6'4", he's not. Well, he's 6'5" and an 1/8", right? He's big. He weighs a lot. The big hands are big for the lineman, and he's just a big human being. So he did nothing again to hurt his stock. He actually probably might have raised it a little bit by people doubting his ability and his size coming in. And now they're like, oh wait, he really is legit. All right, we like this guy, and all he's done is his job when he was at Texas, and that's all you can ask of him. And now he's looking for the next step.
It is. For you, when you were pitching, Would you rather see a guy come to the mound that you were like, this guy is not athletic, really, and it doesn't look, but I know he got here, so he's really good, but he's athletic, or a guy that you're like, oh no, that guy's athletic is crazy, but I might be able to trick him because I think he's gonna get to the first base before I can throw the ball there. Which one would you rather see when you stepped up to the mound?
I don't want to see the big person. Yeah. I'm only 60 feet away. So I'm the closest to the batter. Yeah, the big guys they were a little scary. Little guys, you thought you could get them, you could throw it by them or get them out, but next thing you know, like you said, they're at first or second. But I mean, my position was different. Look at Greg Maddux. I mean, this guy,
yeah,
he was very just not athletic looking, but the guy won over 300 plus games, knew how to pitch, knew how to throw the baseball, can golf pretty good. I mean, myself, I wasn't the slimmest or the biggest, but I was always accused of being overweight, and I guess 17 years, I kind of proved them wrong that if you stay in shape, you keep your arm healthy, and you can pitch a long time. So it's But to go back to the question, I didn't like the big guys coming in there, and I was during the steroid era, so I faced a lot of big guys when they came to the plate.
That guy who all season went from the fast guy to the big guy in the off season.
Right.
Weren't you skinny last year? I think you were skinny last year. What happened?
Yeah. Where'd you go? Who are you? Yeah.
That might have happened a few times in that era. There was a few times you saw that guy pop back out, and you're like, is he the same? He needed to do jersey size. He went up a jersey size in the off season.
Yeah,
So
I won't name any names, but I went to a couple of guys and was like, wow, you're a little bigger this year. Wow. Yeah, strong. I've been going to the weight room. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I got some teammates. I know what you're doing.
That is good stuff. I also want to ask you, all right, I'm not a movie guy. I just don't watch much of anything really, which is I watch a lot of sports. But did you watch any of the Oscars last night? Did you see any of these movies, or is this?
You know what? Around the Swindell household, whatever my wife wants to watch is what we watch. So this weekend I had my phone. That's where I saw the baseball games. I can see them on my phone and keep up with everything. She's the movie person. My wife says she's the movie person, but recently she's like, Hollywood's gone to crap. She didn't see any of them. We didn't see any of them. And normally we'll fill out a list and who we think is going to win. I'd never see the movies, and I'd just write down. I'd beat her every time. She's like, I saw all the movies, and you keep beating me. I'm like, I don't know. I just write them down. But I guess it got a little political again last night with a few of them. And to answer your question, no, I didn't see the Oscars.
You did. No, this is how out of touch I am now. I've realized. Then I saw, because they sell it, they go, the best picture. I don't remember hearing that this movie came out. I don't know what it's about at all. The Anora, whatever, won best picture.
It won everything.
Won everything. Didn't even see it. Never knew it existed. I saw it. That is like, how did I get old enough that now I'm in the world where I just not a clue, don't know who's in it. And then I've seen pictures, don't know who the people are that are in it. I've officially passed me by. But then if you talk about, Texas women's basketball, we can talk about that. That's the difference of how my brain works now. Different priorities. But yeah, definitely. I was saying that. Yeah, I was curious because I don't know how many sports. I'm not an award show guy either. I never thought they were that much fun to watch. Much award shows in general.
Never. I like them. My wife doesn't like them, but I like them like the Grammys and some of those. But we saw The Substance on, I think it was on Netflix or something.
Yeah.
And I tweeted after that going, this was the worst movie I've ever seen. And I was looking at something, and it won for like best hairstyling or something like that, or best makeup and hairstyling.
People seem to really like it, but yeah, that's another one that I at least saw things that were happening about that, but I do not know what
it was. To me, it wasn't very good. It's one of those where you watch and thinking it's going to get better, and it never did.
Yeah. No, I can get that. I've seen movies like that where you're like, you look at what time it is, you're like, we're an hour 20 in. It feels like it should have started being good by now.
And then back in the day, went to see Pulp Fiction and got up and left because I thought it was the dumbest show ever. but then saw it again, and then I can't wait till it's on. That's one of my favorite movies. I can quote every line from it.
Yeah, you just had to wait for the beginning that comes at the end. You just had to go in the weird reverse order of Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Oh man. Let's talk. I filibuster. I filibuster before we talk Texas basketball because it's not fun to talk about at all. They probably had. This has gotten to probably be the worst performance they've had. Trey Johnson doesn't show up in this game against Georgia. They lose 83-67. They don't play really good defense. Trey Johnson becomes, less of a, because basically he's been the only bright spot of your team is him scoring. He comes out, he only has 12 points, shoots the ball 7 times in the game, 3 for 7. He gets 7 shot attempts without being fouled. He gets fouled a few times as well. But this is it just feels like everything keeps going bad to worse. And it's disappointing to see. We saw Tremont Mark still, he's back out. And the Tremont Mark one, it just so confusing. Basically, he's played Arkansas twice. Both games he's left early with injury and had no impact and then missed like the next couple of games. You're like, what is happening that is the game that is on your former team? I was really expecting you to have one big game against him and you didn't do it.
Makes you go,
It does. It does. And I don't want to say anything because I have no information on it, and you don't want to disparage somebody's name if they just actually got hurt. You don't want to do anything like that. So, but it does make you go, feels like that's not how this should work. Like you should have come back and be able to play better. But I know he's dealing with it. I don't think anybody ever went, no, give me some money and I'll ruin my NBA chances. So I don't think he's doing that either in tanking. So,
right.
But yeah, we saw Kaluma played okay in that game, but it really just came down to this team doesn't feel like they're trying any, like it just feels like they know it's over and they're ready to check out and go home. And it's really disappointing to see because, you can have a bad season. Those happen in basketball. Shaka Smart's had a bad season. Rick Barnes had bad seasons. It happens. But to see a team give up, and that's what it feels like more and more you're seeing is everyone's producing less and less as the season's coming to an end in these must-win games. It's just really disappointing to watch.
Just trying to get the season over with. But I mean, a lot of things that I've read, a lot of them is 50-50, last in, last 4 in, last 4 out. Yeah. I mean, so they're still not completely out of this thing, but they're playing like it.
And you're playing a ranked team this week. You could on tomorrow, you're playing a ranked team. You can beat Mississippi State and then might maybe climb back in. I mean, you're out right now. You have to be. You're the last one in on Lenardi's bracket, and Georgia was the last team out, and Georgia just beat you pretty easily. So, you're going to flip that one around. But yeah, you still have a shot. You can still be in the tournament. It just feels like no one's having fun playing. And, in all sports, there's a certain amount of it when it's not fun and it becomes a grind and you're just doing it and you're not winning. The results aren't where you want them and it's not fun to play. It just feels like everything, the coaching staff's not doing well. The players are not doing well. And then when you just take in that they're being constantly berated with everyone saying this is the worst Texas basketball team and not thinking there's been worse ones in recent memory. So it is what it is. But yeah, it feels like it's getting from bad to worse. And, the headhunters are coming out for RT's job right now. And it's understandable in today's college basketball. It's the most affected by the transfer portal and NIL of any sport because you really are only playing 5 to 8 guys and you're starting players are switching almost every year now and everybody's got whole new teams every year. You put this one together, it doesn't seem to be working. It's not fun to watch this game against Georgia. I mean, you just can look at everything. They allow 51% from the field shooting. The game against Arkansas, they at least held them to 69 points in regulation. You can say, okay, there's some positives. There's some things in here where you can look at positive sides. In this Georgia game, it just didn't feel like anything. And you're at home too. And it just feels like nothing.
We got out rebounded by quite a bit.
Yeah,
as well. They've lost 6 out of 7. Trust me, I've played in Cleveland in the mid '80s, and you were ready to go home by the All-Star break. Like that's how. I mean, but it comes to a point where you look at it. Okay, this could be our last 3 games. You play for yourself. You play for pride. You play for what's across your chest, and you got to keep going. You got to it is a grind. It does suck. Winning cures a lot, but just getting beat bad, I mean, that can get you down. So look at the positives. Play for pride, play for your team, play for your teammates, play for your school. I mean, it's a lot you can look into these last 3 games. And are you out of it? I mean, if you keep playing the way you are, yeah, but you can't limp into the tournament. So right now they've lost 6 out of 7, another one 7 out of 8. So that could just they look at that towards the end of the season, how you're playing at the moment, and Texas just really isn't playing good basketball.
No, it's it's one of the things, like, it's funny because I kept trying to figure out why people are so singling this year out, and part of it is it's just the culture of everything has changed. That in all sports now, if you're a quarterback and you throw 2 interceptions, well, you're a bust. Go ahead and get him out of the league. Let's get to the next guy. And we just feel like it's so much of culture now is trying to tell you to do that. That, you know, there is a replacement evident. And I get why people are upset. But if you look at the historical part of Texas, like we played in the CBI one year and get knocked out in the first round with Rick Barnes. And I remember watching that game, and it was bad. And Rick Barnes coached for another year. Shaka Smart's second year at Texas was really bad. And he had Jared Allen on that team. You know, and so I think there's something the expectations when you get a Trey Johnson in, the expectations got so high that everybody was really excited. Every other program is doing so well right now, and it has just turned into the mess that it is. But I mean, if you're CDC and you're looking at this, and you know, CDC's a basketball guy too. He loves basketball, so you know he wants to turn this around. I mean, it feels like, you know, he said his town hall, there's ebbs and flows. He wouldn't say anything, which you're not going to say 3-4 games left in the season. By the way, we're going to fire the coach at the end of the year. That kind of tells the players, cool, don't play for him anymore. But do you think that this maybe it's there, even if it feels like even if they make the tournament, everybody's got the pitchforks out already?
Yeah, it hasn't been the year, and I think it hurts them because every other sport is doing so well.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody wasn't doing well, it'd be like, oh, well, basketball team's just as normal as the rest of them. But the university's having a pretty good year in sports in the first year in the SEC, so it looks bad. At this point, you'd have to look at it and think you need to make a change. I hate to say that because a lot of times like I said, I've played on teams where they fire the manager when really the players aren't living up to their expectations. It's the players, really, not the coach. And it hasn't been a good year, and especially the way it's coming down to the end, where it could be time for a change. And I hate to say that about any coach that I don't want them gone, but in my opinion, I think there needs to be a change.
Yeah, it feels that way at this point, you know, and it feels like it's going to be harder and harder to get recruits and transfers because of, you know, anyone can really sell against you right now. Is the hard part. Is every other coach is going to walk in and go, look what they did to these guys. If you go to Texas, this is what they're going to do with you. They'll throw you away. So it feels like that's kind of where you're most stuck, is not even necessarily where the coaching is, but one of Rodney Terry's best things, he's a great recruiter. And that is going to hang over his head is this season. And people just saying, well, you just wasted all these players. You just wasted a year of their lives and a year of their careers. Is going to be tough on him. The good side, on the other side of basketball, though, is Texas women's get the job done. And that team is looking really good. They get the win. They lose the coin toss, which that was just a silly thing of. And look, I'm on board with Zay on this one, that they beat us worse than we beat them. So I'm fine with them being the 1 seed. It's it's unfortunate, but you split the season series. They won by more. That seems like an easier tiebreaker than flipping a coin. But it ends up they flip the coin and South Carolina wins. So they'll be the 1 seed. I believe tournament play starts Wednesday, and then Texas will play on Friday. There's a couple games that happen before them to see who they end up playing. But this Texas women's team, they're looking good.
It does seem kind of crazy that you're the number 1 team in the nation, but you're the 2 seed in the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, right? And also the way he practiced the coin flip for a couple hours. What are you practicing? You're practicing how many times they can turn before you get the right heads or the tails. I would not have admitted that on camera. That
also, what is it? I was practicing not looking like an idiot on television. That was, because you just flip it, it flies across the room, and you're like, oh no, should have practiced. You know, that's always the one of first pitches. And you go, how did you not throw a first pitch before someone comes out and throws one and they throw it in the dirt 2 feet away from the mound? Like, how did you not practice that? At least a little. Did not throw a couple of the mounds.
I always told people you can't warm up. You can't warm up. If you do, go inside. And the hardest thing for me is when I get asked to throw out first pitches, I'm expected to throw a strike. Yeah, I haven't thrown a baseball in 4 years, so it's not that my arm might fly off with the baseball. But back to the women. Yeah, they're good. I mean, they're number one in the nation. What, two losses, one loss, no, two losses, and playing good basketball. It's just I don't think they're worried about being a 1 seed over a 2 seed. They know they can win. Yeah. They know they beat the 1 seed, and you just have to, at this point now, you just have to continue to play your type of basketball. And Coach Schaefer, he's loose, but he can also be kind of stern on them. But so happy, so proud for him and the girls to do what they've done. And a few of them fighting through injury last year and coming back. And girls that have been there with Coach Schaefer since the beginning, since he's been there. Holly, his dad was at Texas when I was at Texas. Her dad was at Texas when I was at Texas. So it's great to see. It's great to see all sports at Texas, but the women's sports is pretty much holding everyone up right now. I mean, holding them up high, not just holding them up slow. They're setting the bar.
No, it's funny. Vic Schaefer coaches them hard. I remember when I was working with Craig Way doing the women's games when it was COVID and we were in the Irwin Center, but we were in a suite and had to run cables down. We were just in a suite. And so it was like us was in a suite and Longhorn Network was in a suite. And then there's no one else in the building. And so you're calling, and you would just hear Vic yell so loud. And it resonated across the entire Irwin Center, just shaking in the rafters and him yelling during plays. And you're like, because when you take the crowd noise out of it completely, and it's just we were like, oh, he's getting in them. Like, I would not want to get yelled at by that person because I'm in a suite with like a window in front of us and everything, and I can hear that clear as bell is what he's yelling at them.
What's good about Coach Schaefer is he can do that. He can be that part, but he's also going to give you all the love in the world.
Exactly. Yeah. No, and that's it. Yeah, because I've seen him practice, and that's, we talk about, I feel every once in a while go, well, why don't you get Vic Schaefer to coach the men's? I'm like, I don't think you understand. Every man would transfer if they had to get coached as hard as he coaches those girls. No one wants to get yelled at like that. Yeah, I mean, I've seen him go in there and just go after those, and it's like, y'all not want to play basketball? Like, we can let y'all go out of your scholarship. We can quit right now if y'all don't want to play basketball. You're like, oh, they're just running drills, and he's yelling this at them. So
a testament to the girls. I mean,
exactly.
For not crying, for not. I'm going to leave. I'm going to sit in my locker. No, you take it to heart. You listen, and they go out and they prove it. And the best way to do that is not to get him mad, not to get him angry, and they do that 99% of the time.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you can tell there's been a couple games where they've had slow starts, and you're like, man, I don't want to be in that locker room at halftime. Feels like Vic's getting into him. Man, I appreciate you joining us again. So you've already got written down, Zeke. You've already got written down 14-1. You're ready.
Oh, yeah.
We're ready to go.
Where to go? There. I got it somewhere. I got all kind of colors on my pen. I usually color coded, but I didn't do it this time. But I got 14-1.
14-1. So you think it's going to be good for Corpus Christi? We get Jason Flores again. We've been looking pretty good on those Tuesday games. Do we think we're going to get someone to go at least 7 innings starting in these 5 games too? So we didn't get anybody go 7.
I mean, you got to get your horse. You got to get your Friday guy. And I think Jared Spencer is going to be that guy all season. So he's gone 6 a couple times. Get him out there for 7. It's all for pitch count too. I mean, you can't let him be for 7 innings though 140 pitches.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to keep an eye on him, but I think you get your Friday night guy ready because your Friday guy goes 7 innings every Friday. That just sets up the weekend with the bullpen. You don't have to use too many arms on Friday.
That's the way to do it. We appreciate you joining us again, Zeke. We'll have you keep going. Guys, we're almost at SEC play. We're almost there. Next week. Yeah, we talk again next week. We'll be right there coming into it. So we appreciate you being on. get more insight from you, the best in the business, and hopefully someone will get you on the call soon. We need to get you back on the call.
Well,
I keep seeing that. I keep seeing that on.
Trying.
I keep seeing that on Twitter X or whatever. I keep seeing people be like, "What? Who's calling these games? Like, why can we not get the crew back in there?" So hopefully we'll get to see that coming up. Everybody, tell your local broadcaster. Go bring Zeke back on the airwaves. Go tell them what you want to see. We appreciate you. We're gonna. We love you having you on. We'll try and get you back on next week and keep going you on Mondays here on Open Gym. We'll move on over and bring in our man Texas Ghost. The Ghost of Texas is coming over again at 40 Acres Vibes is where you can find him joining the show back. He was on Friday. We had so much fun that we come back. My man Matt Galatzan, by the way, who does a show with me most of the time. Also, he is just had surgery on his tonsils on Friday, so he is still recovering. And so we're having some other people come in, but that's a whole fun of Open Gym. But Ghost, man, appreciate you coming back on.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you for having me again, Pat. It's, like you said, we had so much fun in that 2-hour span on Friday. Why not come back and do it again for a little while?
Why not do it again for a while? Double D's. My dad keeps complaining about who's calling the games. That's what I say. Yeah, I know the one they had on the other day, the Tuesday game last week. They just had the radio call. They just didn't even try. They just had the radio call on there.
It's a shame, man. So we had a good thing going. I mean, I know there's a lot of change, but some of it is not for the best.
Yeah, some of it you're like, dude, we had the people. Just let us keep doing what we're doing. Everybody enjoyed it. No one was complaining. We're okay.
No, and that's hard to do. You have no one complaining about a commentary team. Like, that's impressive work.
That's very true. So we did get him back on there. But Ghost, we appreciate you coming back on with us.
Thank you.
Remember, guys, you can join the show on the chat, in the text, if you have anything you want to go over. We've already talked about some, but we're going to go back over. Since we were talking about Texas basketball before we got you on, let's roll with that, and then we'll get to the combine and then the news about Neil Brown as well I want to get into. I've got you here. But another good weekend for Texas in women's basketball. Texas women's basketball gets the big win. They're still looking to be a 1 seed in the tournament, but they are a 2 seed in the SEC tournament because of a coin flip. It turned out that all that they did, it doesn't end up all in fairy tales for everybody, but they can just go ahead and win from the 2 seed and show everybody who the real boss is. And so it looked like a good weekend though for Texas women's basketball. That building sold out. Great to see for Texas women's basketball. It was really fun to watch. This is a Texas women's basketball team that, I mean, normally you have women's basketball, it's fun, and then men's basketball. This is a women's basketball team that is much more fun to watch than the men's team this season.
Yeah, and now I think everybody's to the point of where they're admitting that, and you just look at attendance, and you look at, like we talked about last Friday, the attendance and energy in the crowd. It's different. But let me tell you about the coin flip, man. It's hard to beat a 2-sided Gamecock coin. Like what we're gonna do there. I feel like Sankey was kind of protected that coin a little bit. I needed to see both sides a little more clearly there. But no, a fantastic Sunday for Texas women's hoops. The way they locked in defensively after that first 4-minute stretch where Florida scored, I want to say, 8 of their 10 first quarter points in the first 4 minutes, and then what did they finish the game with, high 30s or low 40s? I couldn't remember. I turned it off towards the end. So many sports going on for Texas yesterday, but yeah, defensively locking in. Vic Schaefer's birthday, you want a share of the SEC regular season title. To me, looking at the SEC tournament, it looks just as difficult as, the NCAA tournament's going to be. We win a game, we're probably playing Kim Mulkey and LSU again. You win that game, you're going to get most likely South Carolina, unless there's another upset or something in there. But what a conference, man.
It's definitely been fun for that. Yeah, and when Texas versus South Carolina 3 would be a lot of fun to watch. So I hope we get there because that'll be a lot of fun to watch as well. But yeah, we see all that. The women handle their business. They do the job they need to do. The men don't. The men don't show up against Georgia. They don't play well. This is Trey Johnson, one of his worst games. Doesn't get really going because again, everyone knows now. Just triple team Trey Johnson. Who cares? No one else wants to do anything on this team. So put 5-on-1 and let the rest of Texas just shoot at the basket for a while. Kaluma did okay in this game. He was 6 for 12. But it was everything they seem to be trying and switching lineups and doing whatever they can. Jermo Mark back out in this game. Apparently another injury that was from an Arkansas game, which the odds of that are not good to get hurt in your former team twice. And just not be able to perform. And then, we see Devin Pryor. He's playing okay basketball, but it just feels like it is all too little too late right now where you can't be 2 games left in the season and still trying to figure out how to get this team to meld, and they just still can't do it.
Yeah, I thought that was a great point you brought up. We're still this deep in conference play and trying to figure out rotations and to find a lineup that works well together. And, you mentioned Pryor. I thought Pryor had one of his better overall games in Burn Orange. I thought he played pretty well. But, I mean, like we said on Friday, if Kaluma or Trey Johnson or Pope, somebody's not scoring in the 30s, it seems really, really difficult for us to find points. And a lot of tough shots for Trey Johnson. He's kind of been up against it all year in that regard. He's been faced, like you said, double teams, sometimes triple teams. He's forced into taking some jump shots maybe that aren't on his preferred spots. And so, yeah, I mean, it was a tough Saturday. And I found out the really, really hard way. Don't even lean into the pain of the bad basketball program at the moment. I got on Twitter and I just, after the 2 losses to Georgia in football and then the drubbing at Moody Center on Saturday, I just simply tweeted out and I said, does Georgia own us? And burner SEC Georgia fans found them, and my gosh, I'm still getting replies to that tweet. I'm sure you can imagine what they all are, but yeah. So
I'm sure they're level-headed answers. Probably just like, well, historically, we have some good back and forth, and sports kind of ebbs and flows. So maybe next year you'll have better luck. I don't know. I'm sure it was something like that.
Along the lines, very, very, very similar. And then even my 2 really good Georgia buddies who do a lot of SEC media, I said, hey, call the dogs off. I've seen enough here in the last 48 hours. And then they both kind of egged it on even more. But yeah, that's tough, man. We look like we lacked energy coming off an overtime loss against Arkansas, a game that, you could have stolen there after a really, really impressive comeback late. Showed a lot of fight and toughness there. But you come out that flat against a team in a must-win position like yourself, you're going to catch one on the chin. And that's what we did. It felt a little similar to October 19th.
Yeah, no, and we've seen now, and there's weird parts in it too. Like Jason Kinn is starting to figure out, he's finally figured out himself, but if you get that, and then Julian Larry turned into someone who's not usable really, and he's not playing well now. And that was somebody that you were using halfway through the season. He looked like he was going to be the better with those players from Indiana State. He falls off. He plays 15 minutes. His stat line is 15 minutes. No rebounds, no points, no assist, steal, 2 turnovers, and a foul. That is not a good line for 15 minutes of basketball, especially not if you're a point guard. Not really what the line you want to have. You want to get a couple more stats up there.
Score, distribute, something in there. But that's exactly that is why you're seeing all the overturn as far as rotations and them just trying to find something that, as you mentioned, meshes or gels together. So, I mean, I'm not blaming Rodney for throwing out a lot of different lineups. It just seems to, like you mentioned, nothing's really working. So you have to try something.
Yeah, and you just kind of wonder what you're going to throw out there in these next couple of games, because it is like, are you just going to keep trying different things? Are we seeing it? Is Tremont Mark going to be shut down? Kendall Weaver, we heard 2 weeks ago was going to come back, and now he's still not coming back. So are you just saying, screw it? We're not, like, it feels like there's a bit of resignation, and then they'll fight back in those games. They fought back at Arkansas, and then they lose. And then this Georgia game did not look like that same team that fought back. It looked like the team that got behind, but not the team that fought back. And I just, this is one where you're like, this may be a mercy kill at this point for Texas basketball as it goes into it. If they don't make the turn, if they don't get put into anywhere else, like, you don't want to see this team playing in an NIT. It doesn't feel like Rodney Terry is going to be coming back now. It just, everything feels like the real bad part is you can have a bad season. Those happen in basketball. It's fine. It just feels like if Rodney Terry, his best attribute is he's a recruiter. We know that's his best attribute. That's not saying he's not good at everything else, but that's his best attribute. And now every other team has loaded ammunition to go after you, that you wasted Trey Johnson, that you wasted Tremont Mark, you wasted Jordan Pope, you wasted Arthur Kaluma. And don't go there, because they'll waste you, because they're not really a team. They may have nice buildings and all this money, but they're not real. They're not a real team and all of that. It just feels like that's going to be a prevailing thing. And and the backlash, the way fans are, the fact that everything else is going so well for Texas sports, it just feels more and more like this is not even a choice. And I don't know who they're going to get. You're going to go after the best guys. And we talked about CDC's got to have his finger on the pulse, and he's reaching out, but it feels like that's another one where you're just like, man, if you just win a game or two, we can have a conversation, but you are really setting the table for us.
Just beat Oklahoma for me at this point. We've got the nice winning streak. Rodney's kind of owned Porter over there, and so you don't want to finish a year off losing to those guys, and that's kind of potentially how that regime would end. That's not a fun way to go out. And so, yeah, you don't know who you get. I think all of us different fans, we're all in adult, text chats, group chats on Twitter or Instagram, whatever it may be. Everybody has different names. And so it's going to be fascinating to see where Del Conte goes with it. Me personally, there's a couple guys where I'm just like, hey, let's load up the Brinks truck. Let's force them to say no. But I probably have overzealous expectations and standards for the basketball programs we talked about. I kind of grew up, watching, LaMarcus and PJ Tucker and Durant and all those teams. And so TJ Ford. And so it's like, that's to me, it's attainable, but it's, we're far from that. And so we need the right guy to get us there, quite obviously. And like you talked about before, I mean, we very, very rarely have found the right guy to lead the basketball program. And then maybe even when I know he might not have won big in your opinion, but when it seems, from the outside in that we did hire the right guy, things still didn't work out and it had nothing to do with the court. So got to get the right guy, man. I care way too much about Texas basketball, and I'm okay to throw a couple names out there, guys that I potentially, my Iowa State buddies are going to hate me, but I would do everything in the world to steal TJ Osselberger from those rascals. Everything in the world. They're elite defensively. He's been really, really good at getting buy-in in the program from a booster standpoint. He had a couple kids last year who probably could have went to the league, definitely could have gone to the league. Got them both to return, and these are guys that are making a big difference. I think Iowa State potentially has as good a chance, I'll say honestly, as anybody making a Final Four run. They have a lot of unique pieces on that team.
They fall into that with the Ken Palm. It's like efficiency ratings. It's 21 in offense and 31 in defense, or 21 in defense and 30. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but they're in that. There's 9 teams that have it, and they're in that of what 96% of national champions have had. Yeah. So they're right in that ranking. They're definitely a team that you look at and say everything seems to be going right. I always worry about coaches from schools like Iowa State who make it work at going into Austin, and you're like, it is a major change of a lot of
culture
things.
Shock. Yep.
But it's like, yeah, if you're saying Rodney Terry's gone and then we'll find a coach, yeah, I'm okay with that's a name you start looking at.
I mean, that's probably like the top of my wish list, because I'm being realistic. It's not like we're going to go take a. I don't know if you could take a Todd Golden from Florida, or if you would want to do. It's kind of interesting name to me, but like Sean Miller, he's got a little bit of baggage regarding paying recruits, but we're in the NIL era now, and Sean Miller teams.
Todd Golden's got baggage too, so
right. Well said. We'll wait. All the names that Texas fans are throwing out, but my guy over there, Sean Miller, his teams have advanced to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament 7 out of the last 11 years. Really impressive when you talk about his time at Arizona and then at Xavier. Texas obviously ran into his Xavier team last year. Now you have to say, well, he went 18-20 last year, and it's not like he's playing in a talent or a conference that's loaded with talent. There's good teams, but it's not what you would see, in the Power Four, obviously. So trust in Del Conte, as we said Friday, you've got to have his finger on the pulse. I'm sure there's some magic in there somewhere. I know the guy loves hoops, and man, let's get it right, man. Please.
Yeah, it is funny, yeah, because you do hear the names, and it is funny because it's like people's personal favorites is one, and then you'll get the other side where they're like, go get Bill Self. You're like, I don't think we're getting Bill Self, guys. I don't think he's coming over here, but hey,
I felt so rude. I was on the putting green a couple of days ago, just practicing around a little bit Saturday morning, and there's a Kansas fan. I'm down here in New Braunfels, Texas, and so you see, up in Austin as well, you see all types of fan bases from everywhere. And so guy in a Kansas polo walks by, and he's kind of arguing with his wife a little bit about Bill Self and the Jayhawks, and she's like, I just don't think he has it anymore. And I'm like, well, no offense. I chime in. I was like, no offense, but when you go all in on Hunter Dickinson 2 years in a row, I don't care what coach you are. If that's what you're running everything through, and that's your guy, like, you're going to regress some. And so, not surprised to see it in Kansas, to be honest. I personally think Bill Self is arguably the best college basketball coach we've ever seen. I think he's that dang good. He'd get recruits here. I'd say that, but yeah, I think that's a little bit of a reach at this point.
Yeah, no, he's only 62, so he's still got fight in there. Those guys.
Yeah. I mean, Rick Pitino's 72, and he looks great right now.
That's true. That is true. But yeah, he's there. So there's a bunch of different names that people are throwing out. It feels like it's inevitable at this point. You'd really love to see them show up for at least one more game this season. And if, that would be Oklahoma. You'd really love to see that. Not looking forward to watching the Mississippi State game. But
it's a good coach too over there. He knows ball.
Yeah, so it'll be a tough one probably there, but who knows? Anything can happen. It's basketball. Anything can happen. What we did see over the weekend, let's talk a little about the combine that happened this week and get your take on that. We were talking on Friday as some of them came in. I believe we got the Jahdae Barron 40 time, right? I think we got in on 40. So we saw that Jahdae Barron came in and really looks like he solidified himself as that top 15 pick now. He's really climbed up and keeps putting away, where we were talking with Zeke a little bit earlier in the show, and they were like, they said his arms were short. And you're like, that's the only thing that they can come out that you're bad at is we'd like your arms to be a little bit longer. I think you're going to be okay. I think everybody can look at
pretty
that.
Good showing. Absolutely.
And take that. But let's start with Quinn Ewers. Let's start there with his combine. Doesn't do much of the drills, doesn't do any of that, which you don't really need. Most quarterbacks didn't. I think only 3 quarterbacks ran. So most of those guys didn't want to do that because they understand it's about throwing. And so why am I going to go tire myself out running and doing everything else? It really has very little to do. It's for the show, but it doesn't do anything. And I need to throw the football better. He's 16 to 21 on his throws. He looks pretty good. A couple of them, like one of them, he threw the outside. He missed the guy, but the ball was where it needed to be. Mm-hmm. Some other guys were hitting guys, but they were out of bounds. You're like, well, that's a catch, but it's not a catch because he's out of bounds. So you threw the ball 3 feet out of bounds. So, it was kind of, you just have to go through it. They're throwing with guys they've never played with before. So it's an interesting pull. His deep ball, very catchable. I'll say that. Still maybe a little bit too much air underneath it. He definitely had the arm to put it down there, but you saw the guys slow down a little bit. And those were the balls that sometimes got him in trouble in years past. So not necessarily the best pull that you could get for Quinn on those, but everything else, he did what he did very well. He did great on the interviews. He looked like a quarterback who'd go play at an NFL level. So I think he pushed himself in that world where he is a justifiable day 2 quarterback very easily now. Where if you saw him perform poorly, that's where it's okay. He's a day 3 guy. We know where he's going to slip, but I think he's a day 2. You can say he's justifiable at day 2. Now it depends on when quarterbacks go, but look, he looked way better than Will Howard did. Tell that if you're going to put him, I'm not going to put him behind Will Howard after that.
All of a sudden, I'm sad all over again that we finally lost to Will Howard. It took the guy like 5 tries. So Will Howard finally got there against the Horns. No, Quinn definitely looked better than that gentleman, and no disrespect to Will. I mean, that's tough to do, get out there and perform. I'm sure that's an immense pressure, but credit to Quinn Ewers. Yeah, 16 of 21. Threw the ball with a lot of touch. I saw a couple of reports saying that you'd like to see a little bit more zip, and I feel like that's part of him getting healthier again and just trusting that body and just, finishing. And that's hard to do with the injury that he had, but impressive overall. I thought Quinn only, improved like we talked about with everybody. And we mentioned Friday, hey, he'll even improved his stock right there. If anything, he's going to have to work on the deep balls. You can't just, be as inconsistent in the NFL as you were at the college level at that. And I'm sure that's something that him and trainers, et cetera, will be working on from the day he's drafted, to be honest, because Quinn's a competitor. That he wants to win as bad as anybody. He's not like the most fiery and energetic guy as far as, celebrating, but we saw a little more come out of him, the later stages of his Texas career. And I think you'll see more and more of that. Guy seems like he's really actually having some fun with the game right now. And so it's going to be interesting over as far as where he is taken. I think he's definitely a day 2 guy. And now he avoided that, that combine, the chatter, and then all of a sudden you got the slide. And it's like, okay, well, now he's a day 3 guy. And then now you're talking about some guys that move from day 3 to undrafted. And so I like Quinn's chances pretty strongly being day 2. I'd say he looked as good as any quarterback out there outside of I thought Jackson Dart looked consistently like the best of the lot. But I just have a little bias. I told you that on Friday. Cam Ward's obviously great, and he'll be the first one taken.
No, and my favorite too was watching Dylan Gabriel throw the deep ball. That was fun for me to watch because you'd watch all these other quarterbacks that just have all the power and they just throwing it downfield. And then Dylan Gabriel comes in, and that dude was whole body turn, just really having to force that ball down the field. And he got it down there. Like, you can't do that in a game over and over again. I mean, feels like you might get in trouble. So it was fun to watch the him throw after Quinn Ewers, because Quinn Ewers was putting it up there with a lot of air, but he was doing it relatively easily. Yeah, and then he'd watch Dylan Gabriel, and it was just like, haha.
It's funny because even in the combine, like Gabriel is a lot better throwing to his left than his right. Like he was notorious for that. Like he's a lot better on that left side, and he's pretty dang lethal as far as accuracy on that side, and goes to the right, and it's just a little bit different. And I know I see you down there, Mr. Roberts. That's my big thing too with Quinn. He's a big body, and we've seen him rip it. He has a big arm. Sometimes I would like a little more zip, but he's great at dropping in the bucket, especially in that intermediate range. So I'm going to let him do what he does. He played quarterback a little bit longer than I did.
Yeah. No, and he does, because he's thrown it with zip before, but yeah, I think that he did. I mean, maybe he got gun shy on it because guys were not catching those, and so he pulled off a little bit more, and so now he doesn't. I mean, the big question is in game. Does he have the zip because his footwork is not right necessarily, and are his feet in the right places? Can he get himself set and ready to throw? Because then he can put zip behind it. But they kind of set up the game for him last year to not have to do that. Once you get to the NFL level, I don't think he's going to get coddled as much as Sark maybe coddled him at points.
That great point. I was about to say, with the Sarkisian offense, half the time you're throwing the guys running wide open in parking lots, so you just got to throw it in the vicinity and let them go and get that yak yard. So. Yeah, I thought Quinn overall very positive combine experience.
Yeah, and then the person who came in and pretty much put himself where he now is in the conversation of top wide receivers in the draft, where he was a first round grade for a lot of people, but maybe down. But Matthew Golden, which was the only guy for Texas that didn't talk smack about running the fastest, ran the fastest. He's the only one not talking smack. Jaden Blue and Isaiah Bond both saying that they're going to break the record, and Matthew Golden didn't, and then was the fastest wide receiver, runs at 4.29. Fun fact, he's the 8th fastest all time at the combine, but he's the 3rd fastest Longhorn at the wide receiver position at the combine.
That is nuts to think about. We've been blessed with riches of speed here lately.
Yeah, but Marquise Goodwin is your other player. He had a 4.27 at the combine. So, which is not surprising. He's a track guy. So, but that was, you have 3 Texas players at wide receiver that have 4.2s in the combine, that's ridiculous. But yeah, he comes out looking really good. We see what it is. His hands are the size we all thought. He looks like he's got good hands. He does he basically runs the 40 though and walks off and says, "That's just want to show you guys who thought I might be slow that I'm not." And you already know the rest. I can do the rest. So we'll do that at the pro day. But he walked off, and that made it feel like, okay, now we can't even take that away that he's not going to be a speed guy.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty dang impressive, man. I'll be honest, I didn't expect the 4.3 flat or even the 4.29, as he said, stamp it on Twitter. But you have to think with the season that he had and who he just had it against in the SEC, and then going out and answering in an emphatic way, the only question mark that he really had remaining, showed great great ability. What was his? Did he have the best time in the 10-yard split for the wide receivers as well? I think he did. But yeah, I mean, he starred in a lot of drills. He looked really, really fluid with his hands and route running. And to me, I'm a touch biased. I'm gonna be honest with you here. I love Matt Golden, like all of us in Burnt Orange, but does he have a case for wide receiver 1 now? I mean, now I guess that's dependent upon how you look at Travis Hunter and position wise. But I mean, outside of Travis Hunter, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying is like he was a guy that came to Texas, and he was he was gonna be their 3rd wide receiver. We'll use him, but he'll be like a 3rd guy. He'll be, and then it was your number 1 guy. And then everything he does, now he falls into, could he be the first wide receiver taken? And I think when you look at him and say he's the most sure-handed, so he may not be the guy that is the most explosive player that you think this guy's a home run hitter. But if you just want if you want a guy who can go out there and catch the ball, and in this year's wide receivers, when you're looking at it, I don't know if there's a guy that you look at and says the total package is going to be the next great wide receiver that you can just say from college, this guy's going to be great. Now, there will be great players from him, but I don't know if there's that guy. Matthew Golden's definitely in that world of any quarterback would love to have Matthew Golden on their team. There's not one out there who doesn't have a place. Any offensive coordinator says, I have a place I can put him and plays that I can run for him. You don't have to set up anything special for him.
No, absolutely agreed. And I mean, he showed he can be really, really tough in the red zone. He came through for Texas in the red zone all year long. That's the money spot. You know, if we struggled there. Imagine Texas without Matthew Golden. You know, it looks even worse. Right? Who kind of cringe to think about. But and then you think about, did Sark in Texas ever really ask Matthew Golden? You know, it's not like we took a ton of deep shots and we only had him for 1 year. Like, did we ever get to see Matt go full speed on the football field? Like, thinking back on it. Because, I mean, I'm trying to think of an instance. Maybe we got to. Maybe we saw him on a kick return, you know, maybe get loose for a second. I don't believe he housed one, but maybe he has that, you know, he has another gear that we didn't get to see. And that's 4.29 is just who he's going to be out there on the football field at the next level. But maybe they don't.
One of the criticisms he's got is that he would not necessarily full out go out if he didn't think he was going to get the ball and everything, which a lot of wide receivers do. But I think there were some where if he did get sent downfield and he sees the safety come over, it's like, well, I'm not gonna run full speed for 70 yards to run back and be on that play the next, you know, to run back and get into it, because Quinn's not throwing it into double coverage. We know he's not. Right. I know I'm the third read, and Quinn's not getting to the third read of me in double coverage. So I'm okay. So I think that we may have seen it some. Yeah, Robert says Arches hit him deep, and like we saw him, but we didn't see him in fly routes as much and stuff like that. So he got downfield, but we didn't see his explosiveness necessarily. But I think now you can look at it and say, well, what more is there? Like, it feels like there's still another gear that we haven't seen in Matthew Golden. And if he can get there, that he'll be scary. He could be really, really scary in the NFL. So it depends on who's going to be drafting. If they want, you know, what you're pairing him with too. I think if you already have a guy like that, you may not, you know, you want a different type of wide receiver to pair with him.
Oh, of course.
But that's, you know, that's pretty semantical at that point. But yeah, I mean, if he falls into, look, he could go, the Cowboys can go look at him, still get him at 12. Say, if you want to, he'd be a hell of a receiver for them. Yeah. You know, because he fits in everything.
I mean, you opposite side of CD Lamb, you know, that's you're going to see a lot of single coverage. And plus, again, my big thing on him is he's just such a weapon in the red zone. Like that is going to be huge at the next level. And the hands and just how strong he was. It's not like a lot of these red zone touchdowns weren't heavily contested. You know, they were grown men Sunday football touchdowns. And so I can't wait to see him do it for somebody. But yeah, is there an ideal fit that comes off the top of your head, you know, for Matt Golden? Is there anybody out there maybe, you know, doesn't have that type of receiver that, I mean, Dallas, obviously, like you just said, Dallas is a good fit, but at the same time.
I mean, and then we'll say the 11 pick too. San Francisco, it's, you know, if they're going to trade Debo and then they're open to trading Ayuk, you got to get some more wide receivers in there. Yeah. And so if you want to put him with Brock Purdy, I feel like you can use him and Kyle Shanahan. As you know, we'll say when you talk about great coaches and stuff, I know he hasn't got the Super Bowls, but he knows how to call plays. And so looking at what he could do. You know, and put him in that situation and use him in versatility and use him in different places. I think that would be a really good fit for him as well.
And ultimately, you know, that's what you root for our guys. You know, you just want to see them with the best fit possible. And so I think that's why everybody, when Bijan goes to Atlanta, all of us cringe pretty hard there for a second. We're like, good gracious, what does this look like? And now every single time that Atlanta makes any type of personnel move on offense in the offseason, I'm just like, okay, all right, this is good, this is bad, one way or the other, you know, and it's going to start to be like that for every single team out there because we're just flooding the league right now.
That was last year when the Panthers took Brooks and Sanders, and you were like, come on, man, not two. You can't take two.
Really disrespectful, Carolina, like very rude, to be honest.
Come on, guys. So let's get to Robert. The nominee Robert, you bring up Bond. Looking for him to impress a pro day. I think he needs to impress a pro day. He was okay. I don't know if he didn't hurt his stock really, but he didn't definitely raise it. He had the whole, you know, you're supposed to overpromise and under promise and over deliver. He overpromised and under delivered. Well, actually, he overpromised and then delivered. He was still 4.39. He's still really, really fast. It just didn't feel as fast because you were expecting a 2 instead of a 3. And you know, I get it. You know, it's not, he did all right. His hands are a little bit smaller than you'd like his hands to be. They're 8.5 inch. So it's nothing's terrible, but it is, I think you went into it and you were hoping that him and Golden were around the same, and it looked like Golden kind of took off on that one and Bond falls down a little bit more. But he still didn't have a bad day. He'll have a good pro day when he starts working out with his guys. I think he'll be able to go in and take a different approach at the pro day. I think maybe he'll look at what he did at the combine and say, okay, another, work on these things and get ready for it. But yeah, I'm with you, Roberts. I could think Naman Roberts, I think pro day could be a big day for him because it wasn't a bad combine. It just wasn't what you wanted to see out of him.
I fully agree with you there. You still want to see that he has that explosiveness that we saw in the first half of the season last year before he kind of got banged up and then stayed banged up. But yeah, he didn't hurt himself. It's just like with Isaiah Bond and everything that was being said, you're like, okay, let's see it. We're here. And 4.39 is still dang fast. And a lot of people would kill to run a 4.39. But when you're saying you're going to break, the record at the combine, it does feel a slight bit disappointing. But I thought his hands were fine, as far as, hands looked okay. I was really worried about that. I thought that was the biggest thing for him. But I will say I expected better than the 4.39 and think, he's got another chance to go show at the pro day. And for a guy that's coming off, injuries that bothered him for month after month after month, got to give him a pass and let him go get it back.
Yeah. And that Jaden Blue also said he was going to break it. He did not also, but he got a 4.38, which is very, very fast and the second fastest running back. I can't remember the guy's name because it's hard to pronounce, but the guy who ran the 4.31 at running back was just flying. Like that is a fast running back. But Jaden Blue gets there, second fastest running back, 5'9", 196, looks pretty good in everything he did. He had another one that had a pretty decent pro day or decent combine. Another guy who maybe raised his stock a little bit because they saw that he does have the speed, but we know what he can do. Another guy in this combine you feel pretty good about. We already talked about Jahdae Barron. He came in. The amount of guys who ran up sub 4.4s for Texas, 4 guys run sub 4.4 is crazy. That is a very fast team. And then we also saw Gunnar Helm and him and his ankle. And that's the story that comes out of it that you say, Gunnar, I expected a little bit more out of him. You expect to be a little bit faster. You got a 4.84. It's not terrible. It's a tight end. He can block, so you're not terrible about it. But then, yeah, to come out and get to show that he sprained his ankle on the first attempt, and that's why he was running slower. You're like, dude, I said this earlier. I don't think there's a team out there that will not look at a guy like that and be like, I want a guy like that in my locker room. I want someone that's tough as nails, that's going to be in there who it's like, I'll block every damn play. I don't care. I'll block every play. I'm going to do what we need to win. And if I get hurt, I'll keep blocking. Like if I'm a little hampered because I can't go downfield and get the pass, I'll just block. And I'll just have to do what I have to do to stay on the field and get the win. That it was one of the stories that you were not expecting to come out of it.
No,
but you love to see, and you can expect it from a kid like Gunnar Helm.
Absolutely, sir. Well said. I was like, what is going on here when I saw the number? I was like, there's no way this is real. Gunner's got more in him than that. And, the thing that I like is, there's no excuses. He just kept going and busting his butt in drills. And at the time, you're like, okay, that's what you got to do. You struggled there. You got to go make up for it and show, that you can really be effective in other areas. And so, that's my guy. We're always going to, be proud of the dude for just busting his butt, even if things aren't really going his way. And then the report comes out, and it's not even like Gunnar ran to the timeline and was like, I've got a bum ankle, let me run. He's accountable, things happen, and all he did was put his head down and keep working. And so the next thing you know, that picture comes out, and my goodness, man, this ankle is 4 or 5x size, the size of his other one, and nobody can go out there and run what they're even close to potentially being able to run. With that, I don't know how he even got out there and had I guess it happened right then, so you still have your adrenaline and everything, but that was a crazy photo, man. I was shocked to see that.
To have it be that spraying that bad, and then because it's not like you're playing a game where you're still pretty worked up and ready to go. You're taking this time between drills and waiting a lot to do very little,
right?
And to not have at some point just like kind of go over and be like, hey, can I sit down? I sprained my ankle, and maybe that would come out then. It's crazy, but it shows you what kind of guy he is. We saw it, and it's one where you look at that and you just want to look over at Cam Scatterbo afterwards too. You're like, oh, you can't run? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I thought you were tough.
This guy's got a tire iron on his ankle over here. I mean, it was insane to look at. Just, you feel so bad for the guy. It happens on a false start and it's some little fluke. We've all done it as athletes, some little tweak or sprain, and you're just, that one was severe. And so glad to see him though. But I thought the thing you said that was most important, that's exactly who Gunnar Helm is and what you expect out of Gunnar Helm. And there's going to be some team out there, like you said, that'll take him because he's going to be like, I'm going to do all the dirty stuff, even when I'm banged up. Go look at him in 2021. We talked about this on Friday, but in 2021, he was out there blocking every dang play on a really bad offense. And he wasn't going out and getting pass receptions. He might get one attempt per game, those first couple of years. But as much as anyone, just as proud as proud of Gunnar Helm as the rest.
And then we saw over on the offensive line, which is a big day for Texas. We saw Kelvin Banks proves everybody wrong that his measurements aren't what they thought they were going to be. And for all the Mel Kuypers and everybody else who thought he was going to have to be a guard because he wasn't tall enough, his measurables against Will Campbell, that's the best part. And I think CJ Vogel posted this, his measurements against Will Campbell, where it was basically Will Campbell is 3/4 of an inch taller, but his arms are smaller, his wingspan smaller, his hands are smaller, like everything else was smaller. So you're like, oh yeah, that 3/4, that's why he can play tackle and Kelvin Banks can't. It's like, it was a bad take, and it got worse at the combine that we saw Kelvin Banks show out. Cam Williams, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors all show up. They all came in looking pretty good. It was just another step, maybe, we can see where Jake Majors is going to end up. He's another guy that we know what he is. And so, you don't ever expect Jake Majors to be the athletic freak, or he's not necessarily one of those guys, but he has all those intangibles. So you're not drafting him expecting him to be somebody that's going to run the fastest or jump the highest. You expect him to go out there and give you everything he's got every single play and block at a pretty high level. And so I think we saw that for the Texas offensive line, that they had a good enough showing out on a Friday or on a Sunday. To get going.
No, really well said. And I'll start with Jake Majors there. He's going to make up for that little bit and lack of strength. Maybe, as you go look at all the other SEC centers that were on rosters this year, just a little bit bigger than Jake, a little bit better numbers as far as what we're talking weight room. But I mean, Jake's got great technique, man. And he went in there and played, in my opinion, just about that position as well as anybody else in the SEC this year. And so, going to be curious to see what everybody else thinks of him. We know personally, we've seen so much of Jake Majors lately, and it's just I'm curious to see how everybody else, as far as draft scouts and general managers and the folks that make those decisions, curious to see what they think of him. But definitely really, really good news to see Kelvin kind of shut down all the, somewhat of the negativity that folks are giving him, because, you've been a tackle your whole life, and one of the best, not his whole life. I'm sure at one point the kid was a running back or quarterback or something, but you've been a tackle and one of the best damn ones in America for the last several seasons. And then of course, when you're in high school, I'm sure, a little hit to the pride when you got some of these ball knowers that are like, oh, he's a guard, his arms are too short, he's got to be inside, he's never going to make it. Because, they can't just say it like this. They're going to throw their hands. They're going to be emphatic, and they're going to yell. And we've done it, and I get it. But they're talking about our guy, and I was glad that he went in there. And, oh, no, his 40 time was middle of the pack. Who cares? We're talking about the offensive lineman, and it's not like he ran a 6 flat. It's a 5-1 with like 75% of the other O-linemen, all in the 5-1 range. Yeah. And then he gets out there and he kills it. I won't say he killed it in the 10-yard split, but a 1.79, is still up there in the top third of everybody was there. And so, I thought he crushed it overall. He nailed it, and it's good to not that there were haters, but the little bit of I guess, trash that was going around. So we know that's not true. Kelvin can play tackle, dang it. And, I think he shut up that real quick.
Yeah. It just felt like he got kind of singled out for whatever reason when all the people were picking out who they were going to be, whoever there was going to be their hot take was the guy who's going to fall in the draft. His name got pulled out of that raffle, and he became the guy that here's all the reasons why you shouldn't touch Kelvin Banks and all these things. And he can't play. And it felt like in this, just a little reminder. I know you guys haven't seen me play in, a month, but also I'm still better than everybody. I was better than them 3 years ago when I was a freshman blocking Will Anderson, who's one of the better defensive ends in the league right now. And I was shutting him down 3 years ago. And now you're going to act like, no, he's fallen off. Like, no, he's
speaking of Will Anderson. He went and said that Kelvin was the best tackle he ever faced at the college level.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go ahead and put on that tinfoil hat and say that some GM out there just started spewing all that because he's going to do whatever it takes to draft Big Kel in the first round. And he wants nobody else to have him. And I'm sure that there are people that play it that way. I bet there are, because this happens to multiple kids every cycle.
Oh, yeah. We've seen, what the most was Texans left tackle Laramie Tunsil. The hit job they put on him. The gas mask photo that came out and everything. And he's the number one tight, left tackle. But now a gas mask photo comes out and everything. And they were going, it's someone who's fighting. They go, no, that was somebody who wanted to get him. That was somebody. And now whether it was Miami who drafted him or somebody else in the league that wanted him to drop, somebody wanted him to drop because, hey, man, let me go get a left tackle and I'm not going to be able to get him. So why don't we do a little shady business?
And imagine that. I was going to say, imagine that, the whole picture and, his off-field extracurricular activity. He's still a pretty dang good NFL player. I'll just say that.
Maybe he's high last year for Texans though. That's how you get all them damn penalties.
You're not kidding, man.
That
had to watch it on Saturday and Sunday for you last year.
What did he do? There was some game, and I can't remember, but he wore like white gloves or something like that to play a team in black jerseys or something. Like after he got called for all these holds, he wore the gloves that were the opposite of the other. And we're like, why on earth would you go out and taunt the officials? Hey, I just want to show you that I'm holding on all these. You're like, yeah, we know everyone holds in football. It happens. So don't show it off. Get the gloves that are the same colors as their jersey, and they'll never be able to tell. Try and go make your life easier.
No, that's a great point.
But a good weekend all around for Texas in the combine. Was there anything else that's kind of stuck out for you for this combine? It just seemed like it was a pretty good weekend. No one seemed like they really hurt their stock. But it was just nice to see a bunch of Texas players out there.
It's great to be this invested in the combine again. It's always great to keep up with it. But when you're talking about watching a bunch of guys that you just watched and rooted for, with a lot of passion the last few years, it's pretty cool. But I'll say this, man, we got to help these quarterbacks out. Watching Quinn's throwing session and other quarterbacks throwing sessions, these guys running routes are struggling. There's a lot of times where balls are being put to the correct spot, and one of these wide receivers is nowhere close. They're having to get broken down and talking technique. And it was just really, really simplistic things when it comes to football, and they're making mistakes on a very big stage for these guys. And I don't know if it will cost anybody any money, but I would sure hate if it did. And I thought going forward, I'm sure they'll look at that because there's a lot of commentary on the old social media about it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's that weird part because, part of it is they're trying to throw things at you last second because they want to see how you react. And so they don't want to necessarily tell you, this is what drill we're doing right now. This is what we're going to do. So have your sheet, work on, make sure you get the out route.
Here's Randy Moss.
Yeah. And it's do this, do this. It's much more of, hey, so this one, you're going to run out and take a left. And they just want to see what you do with that.
That's
but
fair.
It does hurt the quarterbacks who are now going, okay, well, you told me what they're going to do, and then that guy did something else, and it ain't my fault. And then the wide receiver goes, Will Howard threw the ball nowhere near me, and yet the fans are booing me because they wanted Will Howard to do well. That was the most frustrating for me. It was like, I get it, but why are you booing these kids? Like, you shouldn't be booing them.
College football fans are so wild, man. I thought Will Howard was quite clearly struggled. I thought he struggled more than the rest of a lot of quarterbacks. Yeah. And if you get on Twitter and you look at or follow any Ohio State stuff, my goodness, he just had the best NFL combine session ever. They're probably going to, take him at number one. And, some teams might trade up 5 or 6. It was just I was like, are we watching the same throwing session that, that I just watched? I don't know, but I got a little bias right now. Envy of Will Howard. I'll say that he's got our trophy.
He does have a trophy. Yeah. And you also got to remember that is the Will Howard that we're like, we've seen him play. You guys get no offense to Ohio State fans. We know who Will Howard is for real. We've seen him play, and he wasn't that. He was not very good. We just got it. We saw Kansas State Will Howard out there. We saw the Will Howard we used to know. He was at the combine. We didn't see Ohio State Will Howard there.
Pretty good batch of receivers and decent run game. O-line wasn't too bad either there. Yeah.
NFL offensive coordinator.
Game is game. He won. Yeah, my spot is over. I'm done. Good luck in the draft, Mr. Howard.
I want to get to this real quick. Actually, you know what? Let's take a quick break. play some words from our sponsors before I forget to do that. And now I want to come back and talk about Neil Brown. I have not seen, so I'll look in the break and we'll see if Neil Brown has actually been officially, that report has come out, and if they've given a title yet, I've not seen yet. So I'll look and see if that happened during the last hour and a half we've been talking. But we'll take a quick break here on Open Gym. A word from our sponsors with my man Ghost of Texas. At 40 Acres Vibes is where you can go follow him right now and keep up with what he's doing. We'll take a quick break. We'll come right back and talk about the new addition to the coaching staff of Texas. Probably, maybe already done. We'll get to that just after these words.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Got a few minutes left in the show. We'll be here till 6. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with the Ghost of the 40 Acres there at 40 Acres Vibes, joining me on the second hour of the show today. I do want to talk a little bit about this Neil Brown. I do not believe, I've not seen anything that's official that he's been hired, but it feels like it's coming. If you check his Wikipedia, it already says he's hired, but
really? Okay.
Yeah, they've already changed it on his Wikipedia. But he's the role that what you would guess he would be at is special assistant to the head coach. Sark has had a couple of guys who've done that over the years. So you could fall into that role. But Neil Brown was at West Virginia, did not have the greatest tenure at West Virginia as a head coach. Some guys just don't necessarily can get over that hump. He wasn't able to get over that hump, but he has provided some things that Texas is going to be looking at. Has been a pretty good offensive coach at times. And you already hired Chad Scott, who was the running backs coach and offensive coordinator for West Virginia. You maybe bring in Neil Brown to really try and ramp up this running game as you get into next year and try and bring in something to get Arch a little bit more space to get him to be able to work. Is if you get that running game going and play action going with Arch, it could be a really, really good thing for him. So that feels like this is what this hire is going to be. Bring in somebody to help you find more and more ways to make this running game work. As you lost a Shard Choice, bring in a couple people, maybe to replace that running backs coach position. What do you think about this Neil Brown supposed hiring?
That's really well said. Tashard is not easily replaced. Maybe it does actually take a couple of guys, but I liked the addition of Chad Scott because I thought he brings some fun run concepts over to a run offense that, Mike could just use a little bit of, freshness in that regard. We run a lot of duo, a lot of inside zone. And then last year we ran heavy outside zone and so to me, I like Chad Scott coming over from that regard. And now you bring Neil Brown, who, I believe if doing my homework right when this announcement was made that there was a rumor of him coming over. I mean, he played for Hal Mumm and Mike Leach, correct? I don't know if that's accurate or not, but if I believe I found that, and I mean that right there just screams like, well, this guy's got to have a passing background. He's got to have some concepts. I don't think he played for him for a long time. It was just maybe a season or two before transferring. But so I think he'll bring some new innovation on the offensive side, and I think that's very big of Sark to admit, hey, we can always use new minds on offense. It takes a little bit of pride when you're a play caller to have some new guys come in there and maybe add another concept or two and change up some of the way you do things. And so me personally, if you go back to when he was at Troy, he had some really, really good teams. I know he went 3-0 in bowl season. He was a good leader for Troy. And then West Virginia football, I mean, they haven't really been the same since Holgo left. And, obviously Rich Rod had a good run there as well. But they were up against it. They weren't able to recruit the same type of cats that, the Big 12 front runners were recruiting. They didn't have much of a handprint there or a footprint there in Texas in recruiting. And then in the Midwest, they're battling some real big blue bloods there as well. And so I think, he had a tough time. I think, he hung out there maybe a little bit longer than people thought he would with those numbers. But I think, he had a lot of belief from administration and the people around him that he could get it done. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him. But I'm a big fan. I think, hey, the more analysts, the better. I would, hey, Sark, if you're out there, hire me up, man. We can talk offense all you want. I don't think there's a limit on it anymore, is there?
I don't think so.
Hey.
So yes, he did play for for Kentucky in 1998 when Mike Leach was still there in 98. So they had one season together, I believe. He had 2 receptions for 10 yards. So, but he was there. He was there. That was Tim Couch as the quarterback in that time.
Okay. You have to got to reassess the whole number situation now. Might have to give him a pass, but
I think it is. He's brought in some good hires. I wonder if you can find any other team that has hired 2 head coaches from the same team the same year, because Chad Scott was the interim head coach after they fired Neil Brown. So both of them were head coaches of West Virginia. And then they could both be
obviously
that seemed weird, but
they've got to have a great relationship. Obviously I'm sure that there's a lot of communication going on between Sark and Coach Scott about the potential of hiring Coach Neil. And so it is weird, but hey, welcome to Texas if it ends up being Wikipedia true, which, I mean, it's got to be right. It's on the internet.
And I do. I appreciate the fact that Sark is trying to figure out this run game a little bit more, that he understands it's been a flaw of short yardage, red zone runs. And so it's not necessarily the run game as a whole. He can put it in space and all these other things, but that we need to be able to score the ball when we're at the 1 yard line. And we keep trying to come up with things and they keep falling short. That is really what, how much money do we have to spend and how many coaches do we have to bring in to where we feel confident that we can do that? I know I was talking to Casey Studd the other day, and he just want to see the offensive linemen become a little bit tougher in the run game and be able to dominate down there. You have a new offensive line, basically, so you'll be able to see if they'll be able to change in that. So that's going to be a lot of the coaching. You'll probably see what this offensive line is. We know we don't protect the quarterback, but also move other teams. Put them in the position, learn how to run block a little bit better, and get in those 1 yard lines. But that feels like all of these hires, so many of these hires have been based around when we get inside of 10, 15 yards away from the end zone, we got to be able to put the ball in the end zone. And I can run pass plays all day long, but they're not having to do much. They can stop our run game, and that's killing us down the stretch. You hope CJ Baxter helps that out some too. But I think a Neil Brown hire is be a little more creative in the red zone. If it's a fault of Sark's that he's not great at the red zone, then keep bringing people in, and then, try and become the next Nick Saban in the coaching car wash. That's Nick Saban would grab you and say, you're not a bad coach. You just had some bad years. Come in here for one season and somebody else will go hire you up. And so we'll see if Neil Brown start figuring out that coaching car wash and bringing in really good people.
Sark's own personal rehabilitation room, kind of like Saban had his. I'm gotta just hope that, the addition of Coach Scott, Coach Brown, and then maybe a little bit of Casey Studdard nastiness, is what the run game needs. And that injects a little bit of life into it. But even in 2021 and 2022, when Texas was running the football pretty dang well at times, I mean, especially in the red zone, you have Bijan Robinson, you have Roshan Johnson. They make a ton of people miss. And that's not a knock on Quintravian Wisener or Jaden Blue or any of the backs this year, Jarrett Gibson. It's just they're different backs. And so some things that they may do a little bit differently than, they're guys that came in front of them. And so it's a healthy Cedric Baxter would go a long way in that regard, a little bit of a hammer, but still quick enough to get out there and make plays in the open field. Would love to see that, and then at the same time, kind of can't discount Quintravian, who probably works as hard as anyone in the program, continuing to add some weight and muscle, the right type of weight and muscle as he gets ready for a big year, because we'll be talking about his name at the draft combine next year. Hopefully.
Yeah, we saw Jaden Blue talking about Trey Wisner. He's like, well, you saw a little bit of it this year, but you didn't even see as good as he's going to be. Like, he's going to be better and better. So there's a lot to look forward into it. I'm excited to see what Neil Brown it can bring into the program. It's one of those pieces that, we've had coaches at Texas that are very stubborn before, and, it becomes their undoing, because they won't bring in guys to help them out, and they bring in more friends of theirs. They don't necessarily reach out and say, well, we hired Chad Scott, we like what he does. And then maybe Chad Scott talks to him and says, well, my buddy Neil's looking for a job too. And so, maybe you call him up. I think that the openness of this program to try and fix the problems, as opposed to just letting them pile up and saying eventually you'll figure it out, I appreciate what they've been doing in that. And so I think this will be another good piece. And if you have, this is the whole Texas has all the money. Use it. Go get as many coaches you can get and try and, fix some of these problems. So, we don't have to talk about Will Howard stealing a trophy from us.
That's really well said. Oh man, that's really well said. One last Will Howard burn before we get out of here. I love it. From the outside, we this university, our programs, our fan base, we get a lot of fingers pointed at us, and we're accused a lot of being arrogant and entitled. And if you look at throughout the university, and the athletic department, there is so much togetherness. There's a lot of pride that's being put down. People are giving up extra time, extra money as far as boosters and NIL backers, and then fan base engagement, in my opinion, is as high as it's ever been across the board. And so, yeah, man, absolutely. Really well said. It's great to see that the program is going to do whatever it takes to win right now, because you can tell that's the window that they're in. They have every bit of reason to win right now as anyone else.
Speaking of right now and trying to win right now, we got a couple minutes left. I just want to get if you had any takes away from Texas baseball this weekend, as they have now gone 9 straight wins. I was talking to Greg Swindell earlier. He said, I've already written down 14-1. I'm saying we're winning the next 5. We get to Mississippi State. But seeing this weekend, going out, winning another tournament. Do you see anything this weekend from Texas baseball?
Absolutely, man. We talked on Friday, wanted to see the bottom of the lineup come to life a little bit. And my Lord, man, they really did, and so Max stays hot. I wouldn't want to face Max right now. I don't care what type of pitcher you are. That guy is going to find a way to find a gap. He just is a monster. But yeah, the bottom of the lineup, the young guys in the lineup, it seems to be that, as they continue to get this experience, talking about the younger guys, this lineup is really filled out nicely, 1 through 9. The overall at bats were a lot better than they were in the first couple of games that we played there. And I guess Arlington, but everything is weird when we go to Arlington. So makes a little sense, I guess, but less strikeouts, a lot of crooked numbers. I think we had like a 9-run inning in there, but the biggest thing for me throughout the weekend is I heard you guys talking about it earlier, is you got to have a Friday night guy. You have to have a guy that can go out there, set a tone for that series, set a tone against that lineup, can keep your bullpen rested and ready to go on Saturday or Sunday if needed. And Jared Spencer, man, he seems to be that guy. And so all credit and praise to Max Weiner and Jared Spencer for figuring something out. And he looks really, really dang good and looks like he could be one of the top end Friday night starters in the SEC. But a long way to go. Conference play looms, and it's coming. And so that was probably my biggest takeaways. Really impressed. Bullpen, of course, needs a little bit of work. There's definitely some issues as far as command goes in the bullpen. And if you're walking people late in games in college baseball, it's going to make those last few innings pretty dang long and pretty dang stressful.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, there was there's only a couple bad things about this weekend, but yeah, the bullpen in some certain situations, you just hate to see that. But yeah, the crooked numbers, getting through the lineup, getting a couple of times, it was a lot of fun to watch them do that. So we'll enjoy it over the next week as we get to see them play 5 more before they get into SEC play. I'll be enjoying that more than watching Texas Mississippi State tomorrow. Not necessarily that Texas women's basketball at the end of the week, but
we'll be there, but with tears.
just come on, guys, come on, man.
It's a basket and a ball. Just get it up there.
Still, that line from SNL on Saturday. Someone sent me the sketch for a couple of beers. The line in there when he's watching his kid and he goes, "You can't be bad at school and sports." Still, like, yeah, that is the funniest line.
I forgot about that. Yeah, and then I don't remember his name, but he like strikes out, I love you, Mikey, or whatever his name is.
I love you so much.
Yeah, that was top of the line SNL skit. One of the best I've seen.
That was a really good one. Appreciate you coming on with us again, Ghost.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Check him out at 40 Acres Vibes. And what's the YouTube channel again?
It's Ghost and Friends. Got the ampersand in the middle of there. So check it out. We're doing this Thursday. We're drafting our all-time Texas defensive teams. Me and Nash Talks Texas, Drew Kelson played for us, and then we're going to compare with last week's offensive team, see which one of us has the best team. I'm way behind. Let me tell you that. Those guys cooked me in the offensive draft. Cooked me. I won't. It was rough. No words for my bad performance.
Oh, man, you got to step it up. You could get fired as GM, man. You don't want to have that.
I know, right? Really rough start. Thanks again for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Well, maybe we'll get you back on at some point. Open Gym. We always appreciate having a slew of people to come on and talk, especially guys like you who are very knowledgeable and very good at it. We're going to take off for today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. for more from Open Gym. But until then, remember to be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. for more from Open Gym.
Thank you, guys.